Can I give you back your space is at a premium.
Yeah, I can see that. Great.
Thank you. Thanks, mate.
Each other.
Can you?
Yeah, you probably already figured that one out. Yeah. No, good.
Thanks, mate. Thank you. Is that all our juges? Tony Carter, Mike Langford, Craig Bullock, Sarah Lee, thank you. Catherine Kernack, Sarah Lee Cobb, Joe Francis, Ian Christopher. Why are Hulk first names Christopher Ian?
Frustrating,
As someone with 3 first names, I should have figured that out faster. Catherine Williams, Richard Wood.
I'm Tony and Chris. Nice to meet you, Chris.
Okay, everybody, we are just about ready to rock and roll here. We have collected our judges. We are going to start the run through momentarily. Shall we do that now? We're going to try. We're going to see what happens. But they can't see it up there. Can. Maybe? Yes. Is that the last one? Oh, crikey. And the run through begins for Portrait in Camera, sponsored by Ilford. All right, the run through is now complete. We are going to get our technical stuff in order back here, but while we're doing that, I would like to invite our initial panel of judges to the panel. Sarah Lee, Faru, Catherine, Christopher, and Mike. Can we swap me for that other Catherine? We've got two Catherines. It's going to get confusing. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Was it this? Was it me, or did you want the other one?
It was. It turns out, yes, we do want you.
Sorry.
I'm not warm enough to do that yet.
So cold, isn't it?
Yeah.
Jacket, thermal.
You were born to this, weren't you?
That's why I know how to.
Okay. By the way, for those who don't know, my name's Jace Blair. I will be a panel chair for this category, joined by my wonderful assistant, Belinda Richards. So welcome to this judging room, and welcome to the NZIPP Iris Awards, sponsored by Sony for 2022. It's quite exciting to get going now. I think we are all in order. Has everyone found themselves? Everything working for you guys? Do you need anything, judges? You happy?
Maybe
More
heat.
heat.
Some heat.
Yeah.
I'll see what I can do. Start blowing some hot air, Tony. And then, I guess, without further ado, can we have the first print, please?
Oh.
Having an issue?
It's not entering the score.
Stand by. Can one of you guys have it? See if you can find an honours person.
You trying these numbers?
I'm doing those.
Try the other numbers.
Might be a numlock if your keypad's not working.
I think we've got it.
Got it? Oh yeah, I can see your score. Okay. Whew. Nothing like a technical issue on the first print. So the print scores an initial. We have an initial score of 74. That is a high professional standard. Thank you very much.
Can I make a suggestion?
You may.
I think the lighting's a little flat and the separation from the foreground to the background will make it much stronger.
Thanks, Mike. Great constructive comment for the photographer. We will accept that score. Next print, please. Thank you, judges.
It's not coming up. No,
Nothing?
can't get it in for some reason.
What can we do? I don't know. Keep trying. No, nothing. And can you quickly have a look at Mike's computer, or grab Paul if you need to?
It's not getting in it. It's just nothing coming up.
I'll grab our major.
Thank you.
Sorry guys, the old teething issues in the IT system often crop up at the start of the process. For those who haven't been along to the Iris Awards before or watched them online, it's a very it's a whole lot of complicated IT that goes on behind the scenes to apply mathematics to the various judges' scores that come in, work out various different averages and different ways to calculate the final score to keep the judging as fair as possible across the panel of judges. Sometimes, because it's a bit complicated, weird things happen. It's not just because we don't like Mike. We do like Mike, and we want his score. We just can't get it right now, so just sent for our wonderful IT guru, Paul Jones, who's put countless hours into developing this system over the last couple of years, and it's generally fantastic. Here he is, the man himself.
Thank you. No, it's just purely that was.
Okay, and we have a score of 77, which is a bronze. Pretty consistent scoring, so we will accept that. Can I have a comment for the benefit of the judges, Christopher?
Yeah, I think if you're going to try some sort of didactism with a message photo, follow it through with your lighting so there's a consistency. This is overlit. It's the same lighting on the elbow through to the top of the head. So
Thanks, Chris.
I would suggest you get more expression into your lighting.
Thank you very much. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Prince scores a 78. I'm looking at Catherine for a challenge.
Yeah, I gave this 88, just in terms of the graphic nature and then the softness of the face. There's so much emotion in the face. As you go in close to the print, it almost doesn't even appear like a face anymore. And when you pull back, you're drawn into the emotion. There's fantastic balance with the dark on the left and then the light on the right. There's so much detail throughout. The lines on the bottom right balance up with the face. Just the tension of having the face right in that top corner as well, and that dark line that leads from the eye. There's a lot of balance. There's a lot to dance your eye around. The print quality's really beautiful. Great richness in there.
We can come to you, Mike, for the other end of the scale.
Yeah, I gave the 73. I actually felt it was very technique-driven. But having listened to your analysis, I think I'll be lifting my score.
Great. Did someone in the middle want to comment close to the average, maybe Faru?
Yep, Catherine, very great comments. I really appreciate your comments. I can see the emotion and the softness in the face. The thing it's really hold me back to come up to silver or higher. It's the left side of image, the darkness in the left side of image. It's really heavy for me, and I think my eyes just stuck there. I can't travel to the rest of the image, and also there's a brightness at the bottom of the image, which the line, the dark line disjoint, and it's really bothered me that as well. But if you just explain me those errors, I definitely come up to silver.
Catherine, back to you.
Nice. So the dark area for me creates an anchoring. Without that anchoring, we just have a floating head. And that sort of holds everything in together, balanced off with the darkness on the right-hand side, and then the very subtle darkening in the top, so it creates a balance throughout and just draws us into the emotion of the face.
Thank you, judges. Hang on, sorry. This is where I have to remember to click an extra button. It's different to last time. Hold your passion. All right, can you please, when this stops spinning, rescore the image? Great discussion. And the print scores 82, silver. Wonderful. Can we have the next print, please? Print scores an initial score of 78. It's in the bronze range. Sarah Lee, no? No one's going to accept that? 78 bronze.
Do you need a comment?
I do need a comment. You want to, Sarah Lee, yeah, if you can, yeah.
This is a beautiful colour palette. I think what sort of lets it down, although it's in camera, is the grasses on the left are just a little too dark. They're competing with the eyes and the nose, and then that horizon that cuts diagonally straight through at nose level. Yeah. Apart from that, it's gorgeous.
Thanks, Sarah Lee. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. Print scores an average of 80. That is a silver award. Can I please have a comment for the photographer from Furu?
Wow, it has originality. I've never seen something like that. I think it's very well designed. The contrast between the black and white and the red works perfectly. In terms of improving the image, perhaps different paper choice.
Cool, thanks, Furu. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. Print scores a initial score of 77. That is a bronze award. Quick comment for the judge, please. Christopher.
The distractions are overwhelming your portrait, so basically the colour palette of the greens and the brightness behind the subject is overlit, and you're not quite getting enough expression out of your subject.
Thanks, Christopher. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Initial score of 78. Mike, you are in a different scoring range there.
Yeah, I gave this 85. I found it really interesting. I think the overlay of the background coming through the subject is actually given a sort of a mental depth more than a visual depth. So I'm looking at it and I'm thinking about it more than just being plastique on the top. So the whole thing for me is becoming more three-dimensional through the technique that's being applied, and I'm finding it really fascinating.
Sarah Lee, you're at the other end of the range.
Yeah, I scored this a 78, and it was the technique that
73.
was used. Sorry, 73. Sorry, 78 was the average. It was the technique that sort of left me conflicted in that I don't know if it adds anything extra to the character, to the sitter in the portrait. I found the hard edge of the overlay just above her head. My eye keeps getting drawn back to that, and that it cuts the flowers off halfway. And yeah, there was just a lot of questions as to why that particular technique was used. I think it's great professional standard, but I don't think there's enough story behind there.
Thanks, Sarah Lee. You're looking at me, Catherine. You want to chip in?
Yeah, I am at the other end as well, at 72. And maybe I probably want you to address a few things, would be just the cohesion between the elements. It feels quite jarring, feeling what we're getting from that overlay, why everything's pulled in together. Just the subject feels very overlit, and then compositionally just sort of pulling everything together. The hand coming in at the bottom feels almost a bit like a floating hand from the oval matting. So you're just sort of really looking at the cohesion between the elements is probably where I'm feeling it's missing.
Thanks, Catherine. I think it's the right reply for you, Mike.
Right reply. It's a matter of interpretation. I actually really like the floatiness of it, and it's slightly posterized in its technique, and I guess difference is what I'm enjoying, as opposed to looking for all the things we expect to see, seeing things that make you question what you're looking at. Makes it more interesting for me, but I accept what everyone else is saying.
Thank you, judges. That's great discussion. Can we please momentarily rescore this print?
I don't have to re-put it in, do I? Just leave it?
I think you do have to put it in, but it has to be the same score. You have to re-enter it, yeah. So for those in the background, the challenger stays on their score, and we see if they manage to influence the other judges. We've squeaked out another point, which puts us on a 79, which means we have a decision to make. So every time we're sitting just on the cusp of a scoring range there, we do what we call a review score, where I'm going to ask each judge to enter either 79 for a bronze or 80 for a silver. Is this a bronze or a silver? And we will find out. It is a silver at 80. Good stuff, team. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. Print scores 78.
Yeah.
Yeah, Christopher's going to take a challenge on that.
What I love is that in Western culture,
What did you
we
score it, Chris?
I scored this 83, dead centre of silver, a solid silver. In the Western culture, we read from right to left, and that's the way this progresses in the narrative, right through to the children being the distraction right at the right. I love the way that basically you've got almost a movie poster where there's characterisations there. You can feel the personalities of the people who are standing in incredible situations. So it is a family portrait. It tells you about the family.
Catherine?
I scored at 76, and I was pretty comfortable in a bronze level. The sort of the bunching of the characters in the middle, I didn't see personality and expression from everyone. I really enjoy the idea of reading from left to right, and that did give me more to think about, so I will lift my score based on that.
No one else is itching to get in there. I think maybe we'll come back to you, Chris, for the right of reply.
I think the crisis we all have as portraitors is we can't get to the people's homes and choose their clothing choice. If they're all extremely neutral, I'd be going up into silver distinction to gold. So that was the only thing I thought pulled this down, because I'm seeing a beautifully expressed family in a very limited colour palette. So I think we've got a success here, because it's explaining to us the personalities in a family in a very happy way too.
Thank you, judges. Can we please rescore this photograph? And we have an 81 silver. Can we have a blank screen, please? And we're going to do our first judge swap. Yeah. Catherine, thank you so much. Wonderful judging, as usual. Craig, want to jump on the panel?
I like the fact that no one was looking at the camera.
Ready to go. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Print scores an average of 73. That is a high professional standard. Can I have a comment for the photographer from Craig as the new judge on the block?
I really like the expressions of the kids in this. I think there's just a couple of distractions on the edge of the frame at the bottom left and in the middle of the right where the tail and the neck are.
Cool. Thank you very much. Next print, please. Okay, we've got a range of scores here, a bit of a spread. Initial score of 81, but I feel like we're going to have a challenge here. Sarah Lee's going to take that challenge.
Yeah, so I scored this 89. There is a lot of elements in this particular photograph, and where to start? So the really interesting use of the, I'm assuming water droplets or whatever is in front of them, and then the serenity of the lady behind sort of adds a very calming aspect, and then the greenery in out of focus on top of that, and the layout of the one on the hard left comes across, cuts her almost at neck height, with her neck exposed and the highlight on her neck. There's a serenity of it, and then there's this quiet aggression that's coming through in the way it's composed. The bright yellow on the top right brings us back to her eyes and the fact that they're closed. Everything's quiet, but there's this subtle menacing underneath it. I love the use of the round, the window, and the fact that we just keep going round within that frame. We don't get caught at a corner, and the way that her head is positioned so tightly up to the very top of that crop. That's why I scored it 89.
Awesome, thanks Sarah Lee. Mike, you're at the other end of the scale today.
Yeah, unfortunately I get it 72, which isn't necessarily a reflection on the talent of the creator of the work, but I find the overlay of the water the opposite from what you're reacting to. I'm finding it too sharp, which is actually getting in the road of the expression of the person. The portrait has that softness you're talking about, which I love, but then I get these pieces of water that are interrupting that feel, especially there's a very dark one right next to the nose, and also a curve around the eye, but also we're looking at a very flat part of the face, which is very flatly lit. So I'm actually finding all the elements competing against each other. So unfortunately at the moment my score's where it is.
Chris is close to the average there.
The one thing that I notice, because I'm short-sighted, if I take my glasses off, I'm actually seeing the distractions, and that tells me that what's the first thing you see? You see the overlit leaves, that bit of yellow, and the fact the next is the same tones as the face. You really should be getting involved in some really burning in and dodging, and you could make drama out of this easily because you've got into the subject's head and you've got them portraying their expression beautifully.
Craig, you raise your hand, you've either got a bit of support for
Yep.
Sarah
So
Lee
I
then?
scored this 88 for all the reasons that Sarah Lee said, but also I thought that actually the water drops are in really clever places. They're framing the eye really nicely, and they're dripping down the chin, down the neck, and I really get drawn in from the neck up into the face, and I really appreciate how it's lit. It's beautifully printed as well, really nice paper choice.
Back to you, Sarah Lee.
I agree with those points, positive or negative towards it. I think, to speak to what Mike said, I think perhaps it is easy to get caught up with the use of the technique. I do think it's really well executed here with what Craig said in the positioning of it. I do think the little bubbles on the nostrils, unfortunately, were a bit distracting as well. And like Christopher said, had there been more drama in the lighting, I think we would have got caught up in the mystique and the moodiness of it a lot more. And yeah, let's rescore.
All right, judges, please rescore this photograph. Currently sitting on an 81, which is a silver award. Sarah Lee's trying to get it up higher into the silver distinction range, perhaps. She's got into a solid 83 solid silver. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. Print has an initial score of 83.
Can I challenge?
You can challenge. You're in a separate scoring range.
Okay, so I scored this 89.
Just before you go ahead, Craig, judges, can you, for the benefit of our live stream audience, can you really lean towards those microphones or move them if you need to?
I can't lean that far forwards. I'm going to.
There we go.
Okay, so I scored this 89. I absolutely love that this is a portrait of contrast and contradictions. You've got this kind of glamorous man, and the way he's sitting is quite manly. The bottle of beer, the kind of rough edges of the image, the brooms and the ladder and all of those things really kind of contrast with what you're seeing with the makeup and the pearls and the gloves and the heels. Yeah, I think it's a really really great image that should be rewarded with silver distinction.
Thanks, Craig. A few of you looking at the lower end of the silver range.
Yep.
Mike, do you want to jump in there?
I go to 83.
82, I think.
Sorry,
82, I think.
is it 82? Oh, yeah, okay. Thank you. Look, I totally hear you, and I think the personality is just jumping out of this frame, and I think it's about personality, and I think you're right, silver distinction.
Chris, yeah.
Your subject is just too tightly encapsulated, and that's your problem, because really they're delivering, but you've cropped it way too tight so that it's almost confrontingly tight. And please, top light this centre to have such theatrical, because the subject's giving you the theatre and your lighting's not. So a simple top light would give so much more to this photo.
Fru, you were going to jump in as well quickly?
Yeah, I think the theatrical feeling of this image is really amazing. It has high level of communication and visual communication and emotional communication in this image. All the design elements works perfectly with with her pose. And the only thing if helped me coming up to silver with distinction is it's her right arm of the subject. It's a bit big and bright and compete with the face and the rest of the image. But I think in terms of the narrative and pose and great choice of paper, if you explain that one, I definitely come up to silver with distinction.
Back to you, Craig.
Okay, so just to address a couple of the issues there, I guess. Chris, I love the tightness of this. This is a person who is sort of semi in drag, and the drag world is confronting, and so I think that the tightness of the framing really helps this. The brightness of the arm, that doesn't really bother me. I think that helps lead me down to the bottle, which I think is an important part of this person's personality as well. So, yeah, silver with distinction.
All right. Oh, sorry, I forgot to click that extra button. Give me 2 seconds. Great discussion. Thank you, judges. You're doing some wonderful chat today. If you can now please rescore this photograph. Sitting on an 83 to start. We have an 87, silver with distinction. Awesome. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. And we have an initial score of 80. That is a silver award. We will accept that. Can I have a comment for the photographer's benefit, Chris? Sure.
When you're assembling a print, a quick thing to do is throw a radial filter over the simple part of the photo, the part of the photo that conveys the emotion between the eyebrows and the bottom of that lip. Just throw a radial filter over that and then slowly massage the darkness away from there, because the defiance of the subject is so good. And for the audience, there's a wicked highlight in the eyes which shows some cleverness. It matches the pattern in the clothing. It's a diagonal highlight.
Thanks, Chris. Next print, please. Print scores 76. Good consistent scoring. That's a bronze award. Love to have a comment for the photographer. Faru, haven't heard from you in a while.
Yeah, of course. It has cheerful color palette. In terms of improving image, perhaps a wider crop to let the image brief.
Thank you very much. Can we get a judge change? Mike, take a break. Tony, do you want to jump in?
I like your comment about the strong crop.
And blank screen for a moment, just until Tony's ready.
Just the room is very theatrical lighting in the studio. It's just powerful.
Sweet. Next print, please.
Still.
Thank you, judges.
I might have trouble with this. It's not taking a score.
I just have to click in the box before you type your score, Tony. All right, print scores 78. That is a bronze award. Sounds like we're going to accept that. Bronze award. Can I please have a judge's comment from our newest judge on the panel, Tony?
The highlights really make this image. If I was wanting to improve it, I'd think about the compositional shape of what you put it into, and just the paper choice is not allowing detail to be shown in the guy's top, which is right in the centre of the image.
Thanks, Tony. Can we have the next print, please? Bit of a spread. We're starting on 83, but I'm fairly certain Tony's going to challenge that.
Yeah, I'm on 92. The quality of the print here is, and the tonality is just so smooth and silky. The emotive feel, the feeling you get from this, I think it's all about the feel and what you can't see. You know, the image quality is beautiful, the presentation's beautiful. That lack of detail, I think, really just gives it a timeless, surreal feeling, and it's a beautiful piece of art. I think it sits comfortably in gold.
Sarah Lee, you were not in the gold range. Where were you?
Oh no, I was at 78, and I may have grossly underscored this because it is beautiful and peaceful for everything that Tony said. The reason that I scored it so low was that missing detail. The face is turned away so far that we don't even see, you know, the nose. There's no expression there. There's no storyline on who this person was, and I feel that I look at it and I would like to know more about that little girl, about why is there this beautiful misty overlay to her? What's the extra element that's there to tell more about the character? I find the darkness on a collarbone under her chin and perhaps the top of her head a wee bit distracting when I want to go back to that, to search for that face. But I'll probably be bringing my score up.
Chris, jumping in on the average.
I think this. I gave this 83 because I thought it was dead centre of silver. It's one of the most expressive prints we've seen today, and let's use that Yes Minister phrase, courageous, very courageous, because it could be misunderstood. I love Dwayne Michaels and the way he uses blurs to give you a feeling, and that's what I'm seeing here. So I gave it a solid silver. I probably will go up, actually.
All right, back to you, Tony.
I hope you're coming right up, Chris. Sarah Lee, everything you said to me is the strength of the image of not knowing. I mean, you know, in this category, think of the limitations that you've got for shooting this type of work, but just the emotive feel. It's very poetic, and I think it is about what you can't see. You were left wanting more, so it's something that you can use your own imagination and feel to bring it through. So to me, it's a very strong visual communication without saying hardly anything at all.
Very good. Thank you for that debate. Judges, can you please rescore this photograph? Starting on 83. And we have an 88, silver with distinction. Can we have the next print, please? Print scores a 76. That's a bronze award. Reasonably consistent scoring there. Can we have a judge's comment from someone? Craig? Yeah, great.
Yeah, I really like the connection between the two girls in this. I just felt that the sky was a little bit too heavy and dark for the lightness and the warmth of the bottom of the image.
Thanks very much. Can we please have the next print? have an average of 78. That is a bronze award. I'd love to have a comment. Tony?
Print quality is superb, and I suppose what kept me from scoring it higher was just feeling like she's only got one arm, and the arm that is showing is very, very straight and a bit uncomfortable.
Thank you, Tony. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We have an 85. That is a silver with distinction. There are challenges available at the lower end rather than everyone else is pretty consistent. But I think if no one's itching to do that, we'll take a comment for the benefit of the photographer. Someone got a particular constructive comment, Sarah Lee? Yeah.
I give credit to the photographer for many unique elements. I have not seen this type of offset matting before, and the lovely overlays, multiple exposures, etc. The paint or the dust or whatever is actually on the character, I don't know if that adds to the storyline or not. Yeah, I think it's just a bit confusing with that, so perhaps take it away.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Can we have a blank screen for a moment, please? I'm going to do some judge juggling. Sorry, we've got a lot of judge juggling to do, and it's proving a little challenging. Catherine with a C, do you want to jump on for Faru? Thank you, Faru. Wonderful judging. Lovely to have you. I think that'll do for this time. In a moment. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. That print scores 76. That is a bronze award. Can Craig, go on, give us a comment for the photographer.
I think there's a lot to like in this. I think the photographers really handled the blacks and the whites very well in the dog. Great expression. The framing's really good, but I would maybe like to see those framing elements darkened down a little bit.
Thanks, Craig. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. Print scores 76. That is a bronze award. The bronze award. Happy with that. Yeah, Chris, do you want to make a comment for us?
One of the most delightful stories I heard once was at a Christian kindergarten. The children had drawn pictures of Jesus, but somebody drew Jesus topless, and they gave him a belly button. And the fact that the centre of life comes from that point. You know, that's where we all come from, that tiny part on our belly.
Thanks, Chris. Can we have a blank screen, please? I'm going to ask for... Mike, do you want to step back on for Tony? Okay, I think that's what we're going to do right now. Welcome, Mike. I think you've ticked the no-one button,
No.
which
Excellent.
I don't know if it matters, but next print, please. Thank you, judges. That print scores 76. There's a bronze award. And I would love a quick comment, Catherine. Thank you.
Fantastic moment, fantastic shapes created by those wings, beautiful detail. I think this could have gone higher had it not been for the inclusion of the nest or the lump, whatever it is on the left. A strong crop, just the right part of the image would have been really, really strong, but yeah, well done.
I'm just going to quickly introduce you to Rachel Smith, who's going to take over from me for a second. She's a newbie at this, so treat her kindly.
I'm going to have to just settle in and find out where I'm supposed to look, sorry. Next print, please. And we have an initial score of 77, which is a bronze award. And Craig's going to give us a comment for the photographer.
I was going to challenge. Can I challenge?
Sorry, challenge.
I'm at 82.
Oh, lovely.
Is that all right?
Yes, yes.
It's just a couple of extra points, guys. I just really like the story being told here. I think it's really fun. It's filled with personality. And I just really love how the tennis racket has created this almost kind of pixelation on those kids' faces. And I thought it was just quite clever. Yeah.
And can we get a comment from Catherine?
Yeah, I gave this a 76. good bronze. I guess what's troubling me here is I feel there's quite a mismatch between the suggested energy of the flying balls and then the kids don't really seem to be interacting with them at all. They're kind of just smiling for the camera. They do have, obviously, the rackets up which shields them from the balls, but the expressions don't, they feel like they're looking at the camera rather than the balls, and there's just that, you know what I mean, the mismatch. So if you can just explain that to me a little more, I might come up a bit.
Mike, would you like to comment as well?
Yeah, I gave the 74. I was really disappointed with the treatment of the faces. They've sort of lost their detail and lost the personality to a certain degree. So yeah.
And Christopher, you have got, Craig, you've got a little bit of support there with Christopher, so he might want to
I
add
gave
something.
this 79 almost to say, if you could only control your highlights, you'd be sneaking into a category. It's almost like I'm telling you, just the simplest thing you've got control over, the post work, would have got you into the next category.
And back to you, Craig.
Okay, I get some of those points that are maybe slightly against the image. Yeah, I was just rewarding it just for the creativity. I think the story in there, Catherine, is that they are kind of shielding themselves, and I quite like that juxtaposition, I guess, of the balls kind of hurtling towards them, but they're just like sitting there smiling. So yeah, let's rescore it.
These judges reading to your scores.
And I'm back. Thank you, judges. I assume that was good discussion. I wasn't here. That is a 79. You know what that means. We get to play the review game. So if you can all please enter either 79 for a bronze or 80 for a silver, we will make a determination. And the print remains on 79 bronze. Standing by. All right, next print, please. Thank you, judges. A range of scores, but we've got an average of 84. That is a silver award. Chris is going to take the challenge.
An absolutely magical print, an absolute symphony of perfect lighting. You've got to see this. After all these overlit images, we've got someone who's actually directing us very carefully down to the subject. And then there's the melancholy of the sunflower, which we all have that association with the French painter Van Gogh. It's just a beautifully restful image. The subject, there's so many elements that are telling us about the thoughtfulness and the intelligence of this man. The lighting, I'm just going to go on and on about lighting because we haven't seen this level of expertise. Please, you've really got to contemplate silver distinction to gold on this one. It really has to be contemplated.
Craig was down in the bronze range. you want to have a...
Yeah, I scored it 78, and I see that there's some really great lighting in there, but I also thought that there was maybe a little bit more that could be done to direct our eye a little bit. And I did find the sunflower actually a bit of a distraction rather than really helping me with the story. I didn't really see the connection. It's in the middle. It's more dominating than the person is. But
Thanks.
I will probably lift it up into the silver range, I think.
Thanks, Craig. Mike, close to the average there?
I gave this 82. I agree with you that the lighting is great, but the post-production should have reduced down the highlights that are really distracting, like in the bottle and the bench on the right-hand side. There are all sorts of little subtleties that take it away from the gold that possibly we could have been talking about. And I'm sort of thinking the subtleties have been lost by the lack of detail in the highlights.
Thanks, Mike. Come back to you for a right of reply, Chris. Oh, yeah, Catherine, sorry.
Yeah, I gave this 84, and I think I'm going to come up into silver distinction. The highlights in the background don't bother me because it actually takes me into that and gives me suggestion of a story, you know, the potential alcoholism. I feel like the entire image has quite a strong art theme. The sunflower is a part of that. You know, he looks like an artist. He's got this lovely classical pose. And then I think the angle poised lamp at the back just kind of leads you in a zigzag way up to all the art on the walls, and then you flow down and there's a beautiful balance between that lamp and then the tap on the bottom right. So it's quite a cohesive image, and I feel that although this story isn't immediately apparent, that's one of its strengths, because you can sit here and read into this image more and more the longer you look at it.
Thanks, Catherine. Chris, right a reply.
The beauty of the sunflower, if we take even the emotional input and baggage that comes with that, is the background is full of elements, but they rest purely flat. It's almost like a studio background that's been rolled down behind him. And having the sunflower there gives it the depth that even the subject doesn't have. And I think that's a beautiful concept, very clever. And you've got to imagine all these elements are put there by an intelligent thinking photographer. They're not caught or captured. They're deliberately been encapsulated in that crop. So I think that's a perfect excuse to raise your scores. Please, the silver distinction, I'd love gold as well.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore this photograph. Started on 84. Chris has tried to talk the other judges up a bit. Oh, Chris, you just need to rescore with the same score. Then we have silver distinction, 87. Great. Can we have a blank screen just for a tick? Okay. Ooh. This is a complicated situation. Yeah, we're just doing a little bit of checking. I would like to invite Richard to the panel. Chris, do you want to take a break?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks for your lovely judging. Also, sorry, I'm also going to do another swap. Can we have Joe? Where are you? There you are. Take a Sarah Lee, take a break. Thanks, team. When you're ready, yeah, good. Next sprint, please. You want to step off, Craig? Yeah. Tony, can you jump on? Thank you, judges. Print scores an average of 80. That is a silver award. I've got a comment for the photographer. Maybe Richard. Yeah, go on. Doberman.
Really enjoyed the velvety feel and the way you've kind of the eyes led into that dog with a vignette. Yeah, well done.
Thanks, Richard. Come on back, Craig, and next print, please. Okay, the print scores a 77. That's a challenge from Mike.
Yeah. I gave this 84. I really enjoy the lighting in this, that whole flatness of the nose coming through and the point of that, the strength of that coming to the left. It's separated out from the rest of the dog beautifully. I'm just really enjoying that difference of lighting. It's almost like a lighting on a plane, a diagonal plane.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, Craig, go on. You are at the other end.
I gave this a 72 for the reasons that you scored higher, Mike. I thought that the light on the face there is too bright. This is a black dog, and I would like to have seen more richness in the blacks. I think the photographer's done a really awesome job to get a good expression from a greyhound. They're not the easiest dogs to work with, but I would also love to see a little bit more of an expression or a facial position where the dog is looking slightly higher, perhaps, rather than kind of down and out of the bottom left.
Joe, do you want to give us a mid-range opinion?
Yep, I agree with what's been said so far. I don't have a lot to add except for the fact that the front right leg just seems to have turned into a bit of a blob. I don't know if it's complete lack of sort of focus there, but I found that quite distracting.
Looks like it's back to you, Mike.
Yeah, okay, right, a reply. I think the lighting is, even though you say it's a black dog and it should look black, the lighting's actually emphasised or exaggerated the angular nature of the dog, and I think it's the shape of the dog that's become more dominant as opposed to the blackness. We're talking about shapes more than tones. So I'm going down that track. I understand what you're saying, but I obviously enjoyed the latter more than the former.
Right, thank you, judges. Ooh, please. Oh, did that go through? No, it didn't. Please rescore this photograph. Sitting on a 77. Mike's looking for a bit more. He's got us to a 79. It's time to play the review game. Can we please then enter either 79 or 80? Is this a silver or is this a bronze? Confirmed bronze, 79. Can we have a blank screen for a moment? Catherine, do you want to hop off, take a break? Farouk, do you want to come back and rejoin the panel? Welcome back. Judges who are not on the panel currently, if you don't all disappear at once, because we still need a few of you around, but you can start sneaking off with some morning tea. So, Catherine, if you want to do that now, that'd be great. maybe both Catherines could go and get some morning tea so that you're ready shortly. Oh, yeah.
Apologise to you Australians, you must be dying of cold.
Awesome. Can we have the next print, please? Just waiting on one score. And that print scores a 75. That's a bronze award. Joe, give us a comment for the photographer.
Yeah, I scored this 76, which is pretty close to the average. I love the quirkiness of the little pickle in the middle there, the little face, but the overall feel of the image is quite jarring, no pun intended. Yeah, I think a better background choice might have made a difference to this picture. I feel like almost if you'd shot it on white rather than having that really strong contrast of the black, it might have elevated it and given it something that was a bit softer, which would sort of contrast nicely with the quirkiness rather than the sort of, it's quite visually hard to look at with such strong contrasting colours at the moment.
Thanks, Joe. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Print scores 78. It's a bronze award. Mike, got a comment for the photographer?
Yeah, I think tonally, if the subject had been toned in a similar manner to the environment, it would have matched much more. There's a lack of oldness to the treatment of the portrait.
Thank you. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. Good, pretty consistent scoring. We've got a 77 bronze award. Can I please have a comment for her? Yeah.
Subtle color palette, beautiful image. In terms of improving, perhaps wider crop from the top could benefit the image.
Thanks very much. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, thank you. Print scores 74. That is a high professional standard. Great. Can we have a comment for the photographer, please? Mike.
A little bit more separation of the tones on the left-hand side, especially on the nostril, would have kept the eye on the nostril more than the pieces of grass down the bottom. Quite distracting, having the grass is stronger than the animal's features.
Thank you. Can we have a blank screen, please? Sarah Lee, can you jump in for Joe? Thanks, Joe. And Chris, can you jump in for Richard? Thanks, Richard. Cool. Can we have the next print, please? I think someone didn't, Chris, you didn't switch your name over. I don't know if you can
Your name.
might be too late.
Oh,
We might
sorry.
have to just roll with it. But
Can I put a score in?
You must have come up as
or maybe we'll just take that score. But before the next print, just make sure you change yourself.
Okay.
Find yourself, Chris. So print score is 81, and Chris is going to challenge that.
I love this. There's so
What
many
was your
reasons.
score, Chris?
I think my score was 87.
It was, yeah.
Because I was trying for that meaty side of silver distinction. I love this because it's interpretive colour temperature. The whole thing has a stain through it, right through to probably the painting above, which has the genuine stain of ageing. If you look at the folds of the book and the hands, that's why we've got convergence. It's the subject's face is not the central point. The descriptive element is the hands and the importance she gives to that book she's holding. And we've got enough environmental factors to give you a feeling of her size and stature within the frame, to the inclusion of the fire extinguisher, which still puzzles me. But I do love the way the doorway encapsulates a very small human being who obviously finds this book very powerful to them. And she's presenting it to us.
Thanks, Chris. I'm going to come to Sarah Lee for the other end of the range.
Yeah, so I scored this a 78 because I found that yellow staining that Chris is referring to cast a very orange hue across the skin tones. I love all the elements that Chris has said in terms of the stature of her and the fact it is more about perhaps the book, which I read as scripture, with the religious elements above and then the peak and all the converging lines at the back of the head. But I do find that yellowing just a little too strong for me for it to be comfortable.
Thanks, Sarah Lee. Someone close to the average down the end there, Craig, yeah?
Yeah, so I scored this 80. I think it's definitely deserving of a silver. I really like all of the things that you said, Chris, about the toning and the hands and the scripture and everything as well. I do struggle with the fire extinguisher, and also just the angles are not quite there. I would have really liked the person to be more centered within the door frame there. Yeah.
Back to you, Chris.
The explanation of the stain that I'm seeing is most of us have been wedding photographers, even incidentally, and one of those moments when we're waiting for the bride, we look at the colour temperature that the stained glass the churches have, fro on doors and patterns on walls. I'm getting the feeling this is actually inside an entrance. It's reflective light through stained glass, and that's adding to the story of the situation of where we are. So I think that's another interpretive element to say an intelligent photographer's been imposed in his will here. So
Thanks, Chris. Thanks, judges. Please. Oh, sorry. Good grief. Oh, yeah, you're not the right person. Okay. It's confusing. Thank you. Please rescore this. Sitting on 81 for an initial score. You've got to put your score back in, Chris.
I have.
I think.
I've actually put the same score in.
Have you? And submitted it.
Yeah.
You're not getting any messages on your screen when you do that?
The initial score wasn't on there.
It wasn't on your name.
It wasn't under there.
Oh, have you changed
And
names
you've changed
now?
your name partway through the score.
Yeah.
So I think
Oh, I see.
Chameleon. I've just blended it.
Honours. Help. Paul. I don't know.
Actually,
I mean, maybe we can just crack on. I think maybe it looks like it's going to work. Maybe it is going to work. It just is. Yeah. Okay. So, Prince scores 83, which is a silver. Cool. Yeah. No, it is fine. Sorry, I just panicked. Can we have a blank screen, please? I might swap some more judges. Okay. We're okay. I think it's okay. False alarm. Okay, we're going to swap some judges. Who are we going to swap? Belinda? Chris, do you want to... Chris Halliwell. You want to jump? Welcome to the judging room, Chris. Do you want to jump in for Farouk? Thanks, Farouk. Chris, Paul, Mr. Holland, do you want to jump in for Chris? I know we just got you in, Chris, but we're kicking you off again.
Oh, right.
It's not because you clicked the wrong name. Oh, you guys won't be on the list because you're floating judges. So one of you will have to choose floating. Oh, this is so difficult.
No, you won't be on there.
Floaters aren't on there.
Floating?
So
But we can only have one floating.
We can only have one floating.
what does it mean? Not too much floating around.
Tony, can we have you instead of Paul until we figure out whether we're only allowed one floating judge at a time?
It's just a generic floating down there. Can't even be generic.
Too much of a unique individual, Paul. Never generic. All right. We good? Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We have an 85, and Tony is going to challenge that. No hesitation.
Yeah, 93. This image from back here compositionally sits very well, how it sits in the mat at the top. When you get into the image, just look at all those little faces and how soft and gentle this image is, and how your eye just rolls around all the folds and their togetherness, the colour balance, the minimal choices of background, the design element, but just all these dogs just all cuddled in to each other. You just feel their body heat against each other in this image. And it's just superbly printed. So many dogs in one place look so tidy. They look like a unit of one with their warmth towards each other. The quirky nature of the faces, the eyes closed on the dog on the left, magical. Easy goal, guys. Easy.
Thanks, Tony. Chris, fresh on the panel. You want to talk to the other end of the thing?
Yeah, I suppose I was probably a little harsh, to be perfectly honest. And
Really get into that microphone, mate.
Yeah, I was probably a little harsh with my scoring, to be perfectly honest, and I'll be looking to come up.
Awesome. Can we have someone like Sarah Lee close to the average? Craig,
So
if you've got something to add to it,
I
that's cool.
scored this an 86. I love the composition like Tony referred to. I think it's beautiful to see all the many expressions of puppies falling asleep on the spot, which is gorgeous, especially the very last on the far right where the eyes are just peeking open. I found that the dodging and burning, or whatever technique was used to achieve a look like that, was gone a fraction too far, and that had it been toned down a little bit more, it would have been a lot more restful on the eyes, whereas at the moment those the worked highlights and the worked shadows are very close together.
Thanks, Sarah Lee. Craig, did you have something to chip in?
No, I think Sarah Lee covered what I was going to say about the dodging and burning. I think the fur's just a little bit too smooth.
Great. Back to you, Tony.
But
For God's sake, look at what you're looking at and stop picking. How many points are you taking off for those things? I mean, to me, this is not about texture and burning. It's about how it feels. You don't need to go in there and see every little detail to get the feel of this image. I don't think it's about that. I think it's about how they are coming together in an image. You know, you might be right with those details and wanting those, but how many points are you going to take off for that? I mean, this is superb. Look at the category it's in. I think you know, it's fairly deliberate with their choices, the photographer, and I just think it's an easy goal. The emotions there, you can feel them, you can smell them, you can feel their heat. Gold guys, pretty please.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore this photograph, and we'll see where we go from starting point of 85. Tony's hunting for gold, and he has it. That's a 90, gold. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have an 80, with a majority of 3, and that's a silver award. Can I have a comment, please? Tobin and Mike. That means I'm coming to you, Tony. You can't keep doing it.
Mike's gusting to talk about it.
Someone's hiding.
I guess it's me then. Shouldn't point the finger, should I? The design of this, the colours are superb. I think for me the face is a little bit overlit, and just seeing those, you know, the studio umbrellas in the eyes is a little bit off-putting for a high level award. But yeah, congratulations, nice image.
Thank you very much. Can we have the next print, please?
Well done.
Oh shit. I was going to score one as well.
Thank you, judges. Print starts on a score of 80. And Craig's going to give that a challenge.
Yeah. So I scored this an 88. I think this is a very ethereal image. It's got some really alien-like qualities to it. And I felt like this kind of gave a bit more of narrative on how young people feel today in the world of, you know, Instagram and everything, where everything's so clear, everything's so sharp. But, you know, you've got the kind of the hands, and then the fading off into the distance feels a bit more like, you know, I'm not sure who I am. Maybe kind of the emptiness of the feeling in the blank frame there. I think the printing is beautiful. I love the way that it's been matted as well and presented to us. So silver distinction.
Tony?
Yeah, I'm on 77. Maybe I could come up into silver, but probably my initial response to this was that I don't really feel the tension. I feel like it's just been somebody under instruction to do these things, and they're not really showing any tension in their body. And I think the image on the right, with the shape of the arms, it's actually quite jarring and is not letting me roll around the rest of the image. So that's where I'm sitting at the moment.
Mike, you've got something to contribute?
Yeah, just a little bit. The narrative I find quite confusing, especially by the placement of the blank image being in between the other ones, because it starts with a story, then goes to nothing, and then finishes with the same that we started with. And I'd like to see a narrative that sort of took me into that desperation at the end, or that loneliness or isolation. The narrative somehow has been truncated by the blank in the middle.
Back to you, Craig.
I don't see the blank frame as the end of the story. I think that you have good days, you have bad days, and they're all mixed in between. So the placement of the blank frame doesn't worry me at all. I think there is tension in there as well, Tony. I think you can see some tension in the hands, in the angular shape of the elbows. A silver distinction is what I would love for this, please.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. Started on an 80, and we have a solid 83 silver. Next print, please. Print scores 79. Mike, would you like to challenge that? I'm going to have to review it anyway, so you may as well.
That's true. I gave this 88. I just love the passion, the openness, the freedom, the colour palette, the whole balance of it just breathes of life and energy. I just feel it.
Craig, do you feel it?
I do almost feel it, but there's a couple of things with post-production on this probably that I think could be improved a little bit. There's a really grey area in the leaves on the right-hand side, and that just kept really pulling my eye there. But yeah, I do enjoy the story in the characters running away and having fun, going on an adventure.
Yeah, I'll comment. So,
Shirley?
Yeah, sorry, I scored a 79. I agree with Craig and Mike with both what they've said in terms of the beautiful colour palette and then that distracting element on the bottom right. I think had this image been cropped a little bit tighter, where the bottom right corner was brought in closer to the girl and really played off that diagonal line between the two characters, I think it would have really exaggerated the narrative of the little sister trying to keep up with the big brother. And then also the print quality on the trees on the dark upper left, I find that with the matte print paper has just dropped all the detail out. There's a very dark blank patch there.
Thanks, Shirley. Back to where we started. Mike?
Yeah, I agree with everything that's been said, but I feel this more than you're feeling, which is a whole different way of reacting to the image. The criticism so far of being technical, mine's emotional.
All right, judges, please rescore this image. Currently sitting on 79. Mike's looking for silver, maybe with distinction, and we have an 81, silver. Can we please have a blank screen? Okay, Tony, thank you. Take a break. Who else did we say was coming off? Craig, thank you. Take a break. And can we have Joe jump into the panel, please, and Richard jump into the panel, please. We all feeling all right? Do we need anything? Stand up and stretch. Good to go. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We're at an average of 81. Sarah's going to challenge that.
I've scored this print in 89. I think the photographers have been very clever in placing this particularly strong charactered matriarch next to the tiger behind her. There are so many parallels between the lady and that tiger, like her downward casting eyebrows, the almost cat-like catch lights in her eyes, her real serious sort of staring at your soul gaze as it comes out of the image. And it just tells so much about this particular character by the location and all the elements around her. I think this is a beautifully captured narrative about this lady, and there's so many things you can read into the storyline just by those few simple elements that have been included in there.
Thanks, Sarah Lee. I think, Richard, you probably know I'm coming to you next.
I gave this a high professional standard at 74, but I agree with the things you're saying, and in particular her stare, but I found it a little bit jarring until I kept crossing across to that tiger that's pushed up hard against the edge there, and I found the tones in the face almost a little bit played with. So yeah, I mean, yeah, that's why I'm sitting where I'm sitting.
Thanks, Richard. Joe, did you want to talk around the average?
Yeah, I gave it 79, so pretty close to the average there. Yeah, I like what you're saying about the contrast between the tiger and the lady stare, and from further back I'm enjoying it more. But when I got in close, I just found her eyes to be really, really over-sharpened. And there's something a little bit muddy about the print itself. I just wondered whether a different paper stock might have enhanced this print.
Back to you, Sarah Lee.
So I agree to a certain extent with what you're saying. There is something about the tones in the face that are quite unsettling when you get close, and I completely agree with Joe. The one thing that was holding me down from going higher was that I feel a warm tone paper stock, it's very cold tone, would have helped the image.
Cool. Thanks. Good chat. Let's rescore this photograph and see where we go. We're starting on 81, which is already a silver. And we're on an 81. That is a silver. Thank you. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. An initial score of 82. That is a silver award. Would a judge like to comment? Yeah, Joe.
I find this to be quite exquisite. I gave it a 83, so right on the average there. The little expression in the child's face is just gorgeous, and the lighting is really lovely. The only thing that held it down for me is actually that the bone carving is a bit overlit, and if you'd darkened that down and potentially given the child a little bit more space, I think it would have elevated it.
Thanks very much. Can we have a blank screen, please? Mike? Yeah, you look like you could get some morning tea in you. Catherine, with a K, can you please jump in there? Flipping the gender balance of the panel now. Can we please have the next print? Thank you, judges. And we have an 82 average. That is a silver award. Comment for the photographer, Chris? Yeah, that's you.
That's me. I love the story in this image. It's quite fun and funky. For me, what holds it back is on the left-hand side, the straight, hard line. The rest of it's all quite soft. But yeah, well done to the photographer.
Thanks very much. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We're going to 75. That's a bronze award. And would love to hear a comment from our newest judge on the panel, Catherine.
Lovely professional portrait of the man and child. Just in terms of lighting, the light that's on the side of the face is drawing us to the side of the face. So we're just not quite being drawn into the expression as much as we could be, and possibly slightly underprinted on the skin tones.
Thank you very much. Next print, please. 77, Bronze Award. Pretty even scoring. Richard, do you have a comment on this one?
Lovely little pose there. I love, it kind of gives the impression that he's having a bit of a think. One little criticism might be I just found it a little bit tight on the sides, the feet and the head.
Thanks very much. Next print, please. All right, we have a Bronze Award at 77. Sarah Lee, quick comment.
This image is very simplistic, and to get a little bit more storyline, a little bit more understanding, other than we have a pregnant lady, perhaps the correlation between the two palms and the belly. I mean, although that could symbolise twins, it's not that clear. And I also find the circle within a rectangle's quite awkward, whereas the circle within a square perhaps would have sat more comfortably.
Thanks very much. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. And we have a 78 Bronze Award. Bronze Award. I'd love a little bit of feedback. Joe.
Sure. Gorgeous composition and great interaction with your little character there. She's beautifully framed within that, and the choice of circle is great. I would say watch your skin tone, so there's quite a variance between her face and her arms, and she overall just looks a little hot.
Thanks very much. Can we have the next print, please? Print scores 77. We're going to get a challenge from Joe.
I'll challenge this one.
Go on.
When I walked up to this print, I just couldn't help but have a great big smile. There's something so engaging about this character and the way they've been captured. There's a sort of honesty and a sort of integrity to the way she's sort of just looking straight at us. I would say I would have preferred it to have, I'm going to say what you guys are all going to say about the crop being way too tight. I would have given it a bit of space at the top and not cut that necklace, and if I'd done that I would have gone higher. But yeah, I think the tones are gorgeous, the printing's lovely. Just the only thing that held me back from going higher was the cropping.
Catherine, you're at the other end of the range.
I was on 73. The cropping, yes, it does hold me back, but also within that cropping, the choice of the landscape rectangular shape and it's drawing us to the idea of symmetry, and then the raised shoulder, the raised left shoulder, breaks that symmetry, and that just is drawing me to the shoulder instead of the joy to her face, and that's sort of leaving me on a lower score.
Chris, did you want to talk from the average?
No, I think it's all been said.
Happy? Everyone happy? Joe, back to you.
That shoulder just tells us just how quirky this person is. She's not perfectly symmetrical. She's not your average beauty. She's just got her innate sort of quirky, curious, fun character, and I feel like that shoulder actually adds to it for me. Yeah, I encourage you guys to come up at least a little bit.
Thanks, judges. Please rescore this print. And we've got one more point. That's a 78, strong bronze. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Print scores 75, bronze. Yeah, we can clap for that. Comment for the author, Catherine.
I think what is successful in this is the interplay of textures on the freckles on the face and the hat, but it's also the textures that are sort of fighting the eye, because there's so much texturally to look at. With a bit more control, sort of maybe darkening the background down, or it would draw us into that rather than having this fight between textures.
Thanks, Catherine. Can we have a blank screen, please? And I'm actually going to ask you to hop off for now, Catherine. Thank you. Wonderful judging. Fru, do you want to jump in there? Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Okay, we have an 86 initial score. Richard, you going to take that challenge?
Yeah. I was on 91 gold, and I found myself standing up there and I watched all you guys do it too. You just soaking in the story and the emotional content, the expression of this. This is just, it's like a short timeline of this beautiful person's personality, and it's a narrative that isn't. It's a narrative in moment. How do I explain this? It's just so full of expression, and those hands and the way that this woman is touching her face, and I get. We stood up there for so long because there's so many different directions that this makes you think, and it just captured me. The whole personality and what was going on here, and this moment in time just held me. And then I'd go around and look at it again and feel something entirely different, and it leaves me wondering what's going through this individual's head and her thoughts, and there was quite a journey in there for me. So I've rewarded that with a gold because there's a lot of strength in that.
Thanks, Richard. This end of the panel was at the other end of the scoring range.
I probably scored a bit hard, but I scored this image in 80. I love the narrative that Richard was talking about. There's so many different things you could read into. Perhaps it's Alzheimer's, perhaps it's sorrow, and all the different elements that come into the senior years. What held me down was that muddy mid-tone of the skin tones is it just doesn't feel like the lighting matches the post-production treatment. I find that the hand on the top right is soft where everything else in those images are crisp and clean, and that the bottom right image sends us back up to the top left image, which then sends us off and out the frame. So we go around the circle and then we exit again and don't come back towards that storyline.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Fro, yeah.
Richard, I think I'm really glad you gave it gold because the more I look at this image, the more I connected to this story and narrative. There is an outstanding narrative here. Is about Alzheimer, is about losing identity, is about being angry of forgetting the memory. The hand here has such a strong character as the same of the emotion of the person. The hand shows the tough life the person, the character has in her or his life. So I think in terms of narrative and great lighting, great presentation, I think I'm coming to gold.
Awesome. Does anyone else want to chip in before we go back to Richard? No? Nothing new to add? Back to you, Richard.
Just to address Sarah, when you talk about the storyline and the directionality and that sort of stuff, I think this is what this is about. You could read this from left to right. You could read this clockwise. You could go anti-clockwise. You could go bottom to top. You could go in all sorts of different directions, which enhances what's being brought to me. Like this, I get a feeling of a little bit of frustration here, a little bit of forgetfulness, not knowing where you are, or it's deliberately tense, I think, in that sense. So, and I actually enjoy jumping from image to image in all sorts of different directions, and it gives me a real feel of possibly what's going through this woman's mind.
Thank you, judges. Great discussion. Please rescore. Presently sitting on a silver distinction of 86. We have a 91 gold. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. That print scores a 79. There are a couple of elective challenges available, and we're going to have to review it anyway. Do you want to have a chat about it, Chris or Joe?
Oh, yeah, I'll have a chat. I love the composition of this image. It's just so perfectly captured with all little water droplets coming off and the really crazy eyes of the dog. It's been really well handled. The highlights in the water aren't blown. Yeah, I just think it's quite delightful.
Thank you. Someone who was in the bronze range, maybe Richard?
Yeah, I gave it a bronze at 75 for those reasons. It's been handled well. It's been captured really well. There's a lot of great expression in there, and for that reason, I gave it a high professional. No, I didn't. I gave it a bronze. I do keep skipping across to the yellow shape on the right. I mean, not necessarily avoidable by the photographer at the time, but it is in the image, and it does kind of keep pulling me away from the action.
Anyone else? No? Back to you, Joe.
I hadn't even seen the yellow bit on the right, so it clearly didn't distract me, and I didn't hear you say anything else, Richard, that wasn't positive. So I think we could bring it up a little bit, guys.
Great. Let's have another score, see if it sticks in that cusp or if we get it over the line. Well, we have an 80. That's a silver. Great stuff, team. Can we have a blank screen, please? And we're going to shuffle a few judges. Okay, Faru, I think it's good. Time for you to take a break. Thank you. And Richard also, you can take a break. Thanks very much. Craig, do you want to jump in? And Catherine with a K, come back and join us again. Welcome back to the panel, both of you. Can we have the next print, please? Want to step up?
Yeah, I can't judge this one.
Paul, can you step in for Chris? No. You're still floating. It's this one, yeah. It's that one. Correct. Floater for floater. Thank you, judges. Print scores a 78. That's a bronze award. Craig, comment?
I think you've done a really nice job with the printing and matting on this. I love the texture of the edges with the texture of the cat's fur. I'd like to see a little bit more light in the left side of the image, the right eye of the cat, just a bit of catch light in there. And also, if you have more light in the studio so that it dilates the pupils a bit more so that you can see some more of the blue would be really nice as well.
Thank you very much. Next print, please. Chris, did you want to have a little break? Either or? Go grab a bit of morning tea. Keep at it, Paul. Okay, we have an 85. Right, it's a silver with distinction. I have a bit of feedback. Paul?
Yeah, exquisitely beautifully held symbolism and metaphorically with the equality and the holding into the circular space, the symbolism of the family unit. But what I felt like it maybe could have lifted up high for me personally is as much as this beautiful dimensional pop from the childlike figure, there's a slight separation and joining the two together in terms of that narrative. I'm not quite sure technique-wise how you tie them together, but yeah, beautifully original single capture concept too.
Thanks very much. Can we have the next print, please? Who can jump in? TC. Look at that grin. Okay, initial score of 82. Yeah, go on.
All right, I gave this 86. There's a lot of simplicity to this, and you can read this man's expression in so many different ways. It looks like he's putting his face on. And there's something just very curious about something that's quite simplistic in that. There's a softness and a presence to his face, like he understands his own body, and then there's this cupping, the cupping around the face, it's almost disconnective. So there's something really unusual about that. The lighting where it's sitting on his face, across his eye, the lighting's really beautiful detail throughout all the print, so much detail in through all of his skin. It's really beautifully handled.
Craig, I feel like you know I was going to
Yeah.
come
okay.
and visit you next.
Yeah. I scored it 76, and I was probably a little bit hard on it, so I think probably I will come up. I just found the composition didn't quite work for me. I'd like to see more space on the right-hand side of the image for all this energy of this character to come into. But yeah, I think silver is deserving on.
Tony Cutter.
Yeah, I'm on 82. I'm coming up to 88. I think this is just delicious. I find the cropping quite beautiful. How the lack of space on the right is actually holding you into his face, but just the gentleness of this man and the expression and the softness. You can see his a life well lived in his arms when you go in there with all the veins and they all just lead you up to the softness of this pose of a strong looking man, but with such a soft pose and a beautiful expression, and I think that's telling a great story.
Quick comment, Paul, and then we'll come back to Catherine.
Yeah, I think I might come up with one. What I find particularly alluring about this is it's this deep relationship with self. It is a very internally held portrait that you feel privileged to witness, which is quite unusual in the way that we're presented with. So I'm going to come up to distinction.
Cool. Back to you, Catherine.
I feel like a lot has been said, that I don't need to say a lot more, but the idea of self, this is a man who understands himself, and he's sitting there and he's really holding space in this. just so beautifully, and there's a lot of richness to this. I'd love to see a silver with a distinction.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore this photograph. Started on 82. Thank you, team. We have an 87, silver with distinction. Can we have the next print, please? Print scores 77, and that is a bronze award. I'd love to hear from somebody with a bit of feedback. Sarah Lee?
I think this is a beautiful capture of the relationship between dads and their kids. It's something everyone does. It's something that's not exceptional. However, I think had the cropping had more space on the right, just move the whole frame slightly to the right, would put more emphasis on their faces. And I think the highlights are just a little too blown out or a little too flat. If they were reduced, it would have been better.
Thanks very much. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. Print scores 76. That's a bronze award. I'm going to ask Catherine, sure.
Beautiful moment. The face on the baby's just lovely. There's quite a bit of tension through the hands and the people, the raised veins, the stiffness in mum's wrist. So it sort of just is lacking a little bit of tenderness in there, and quite a hard shadow on the mother's face as well, which is just pulling it back a little bit.
Thanks, Catherine. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, that is an 80, which is a silver award. Can I have a comment, Joe?
I just felt that the dog was a bit lost in the background. I would have liked it had to be photographed on a different colour, so the shape itself was just more apparent.
Thank you. Can we have a momentary blank screen? And we're going to swap. We're going to swap again. Sarah Lee, thank you. You've done a fantastic job. Take a wee break. And Mike, do you want to jump on? Now you're rested, fed. Oh, I've changed my mind. Oh, well, we're getting all organised and Mike's settling in. A reminder that this category, Portrait and Camera, is sponsored by Ilford. Lovely to have them. Feel free to go and visit them on the trade stand and talk to Gerard, Mark and Rachel. And the Iris Awards are sponsored by Sony. Wonderful. Thank you, sponsors. Ready to go? Next print, please. We have an 80. That's a silver award. Can I have a little comment for the photographer, Paul?
Yeah, I really enjoy the visual alliteration and that separation. I love the breathing room and the space around the print. It almost gives room for that sound to reverberate around the image. And I almost feel like there's a Sgt. Pepper Lonely Band sort of styling going on with the way the central styling's framed. I'm a little bit sort of on the edge about the colour palette on the right-hand side with the face, like whether that's actually adding or taking away. But I really enjoy the visual flow and that sense of sound that reverberates through visually with the curves on the right and that use of long exposure.
Thanks very much. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. Print scores 77. I'm staring straight at you, Joe.
I put this at 87. I just love how menacing that cute little cow is. And then he's got his heavies behind him who, if you cross him, they'll come and take you out next. I just think it's really clever to take such a sort of docile-looking animal and have him look so damn menacing. Yeah, and I think the composition's really lovely. The palette's lovely. Yeah, I'm interested to hear why you guys haven't scored it so highly.
Paul and Catherine, or Craig's. We'll come to Paul and Catherine. I'll come to you in the middle. Catherine, yeah.
Yeah, I scored this 74. I had a similar kind of story in terms of the mafia gang, and I figured the person in the front wasn't the boss. You had to go through a few of them to get to the boss, who was somewhere in the back. The treatment of it is quite hard, and that means that the grass, the texture in the grass, and the harshness in the treatment is kind of fighting the characters, and then sort of the loss of the one on the right hand side into the trees at the back doesn't allow each of these figures to stand in their own, and that's where I've put it.
Craig?
Yeah, I scored this a 76. I really loved the story in it. I really enjoyed the triangular shape of the composition and the oval shape of the mat. But I also found the treatment a bit harsh. And the three main cows, the three cows closest to the camera, all have their eyes lined up against the horizon, which really bothers me. It's really important, I think, in animal photography to be at least at eye level or below, to immerse you into the images and get into their world, and I just don't get that same feeling from this.
Back to you, Joe.
Okay, well, I can see that I might not be able to drag you to silver distinction, but I urge you to give these funny little guys a few more points. The harsh treatment for me adds to it. I just feel like the whole thing is supposed to be funny. It's supposed to make you giggle, and you've got these cute, soft little animals, and everything about the whole way it's put together is hard and kind of almost aggressive. So I just feel like that really adds to the story, and I reiterate what you said about the oval matting. I just feel like all the juxtapositions and contrast just really work for me. Give it a few more points, guys.
Cool. Can we please rescore this photograph? Currently sitting on 77. And we have an 80. That's a silver award. Awesome. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, can we... Oh, we have a 78 bronze. Very consistent scoring. Thank you, judges. Mike, do you want to give us a comment there?
I actually think the portrait of the dog is the strongest part, and I think the additives, the gimmickry things are dragging it back a bit. I find the piece on the nose and also the edge of the frame, I find them detract from the character.
Thanks very much. Can we please have the next print? Joe's going to step off. Can I ask Furu to jump in there? You can change it or score it how it is either way. It's fine. And we have a score of 80. We're going to have a challenge from Catherine.
Yeah, I give this 87. The innovation in this is something quite grabbing. I would have gone higher actually. When I get in there, I feel there's not quite the richness that I would like from the velvet. But in terms of the shapes and the quirkiness of what we're seeing and the feeling of the body behind, which comes from the fold in the curtains, the contrast of the curly hair on the lines in the fabric, and then the expression, that's just a little nugget of quirkiness as you get in there a little closer.
Thank you, Catherine. Faru, maybe at the other end.
Yeah, Catherine, for all those reasons you said, I give it bronze, 77, and I think this image is static for me. I can a bit confused about the story, and I can see the expression to sort the image, but I'm listening.
Mike, sure.
I gave this 82. I'm going up, and the main reason I'm going up is it's comic, and it's unbelievable, and it's poking fun. Even the ratio of the height that's put in there makes you question what's going on, and the look on the face. It's all somehow humorous, and the more I look at it, the funnier I think it is. So it's working for me.
Yeah, quick comment, Paul.
Catherine, just in your reply, I wonder if you could address just that absolutely humongous amount of negative space and material. Like, to me, it's just a bit too much. I feel the intrigue of what's out of frame by the fact that the subject's looking out, which is partly why I went into towards range, but I'd love for you to speak to that in your address.
I'd love
I was on 76.
I'd love to address that. It is comic, and it is comic theatre. The theatre, this is the grandeur of the stage, and this is where this person gets to be not, they get to play a role, and that's what we're looking at. And then we're seeing the lines of the character which are created through the curtains. So this is not reality that we're looking at, and that negative space is just adding to that. This is a space to play, and you're seeing that through the face, this sort of unusual, almost grimacy feel through his lips, and then the dark glasses and the interplay of textures in there.
Cool. Thank you, judges. Can you please rescore this after that good chat? And we have a strong silver, 83. Awesome. Can we have the next print, please? Yeah, jump back in, Joe. Oh, I see what's happened. Joe, you didn't change your name back.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know if you can now.
Do that? Or should I just roll with that one?
Just roll with that one for now because you won't be able to change it, hey? Okay, print score is 82, which is the silver award. Can I have a comment for the photographer, Craig?
Yeah, I think that this is a really nice little story. It fits with the breed, the boxer being weighed in kind of thing. So really good job there. Just a couple of little tweaks to the posing and the positioning of the dog maybe would have lifted this a little bit further for me.
Thank you. Can we have the next print, please? And Joe, if you can change your thing now. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 70. That is a professional standard. And I would love to hear constructive feedback from Mike.
The lighting is incredibly flat. If you actually applied some modelling to that, it might have more character. And also the cropping of the top of the head's way too severe.
Thanks, Mike. Can we please have a blank screen for a minute? And I think it's time we got Chris back on the panel. Thank you, Paul, for stepping in. Done some great judging. Oh, sorry, Christopher. Christopher Ian. Do you go by Chris? Can I call you Chris? Why can't one of you be Chris with a K, like Catherine?
There is a Chris with a K.
Oh, there is, yeah. Oh, names. Awesome. Welcome back to the panel, Christopher Ian. The portrait and camera category sponsored by Alfred. Can we please have the next print? Oh, hello. I'm staring at the score. Score of 74 is a high professional standard. And I would love to hear a bit of constructive feedback from our newest member of the panel, Christopher.
The animal's expression is neutral, and that black line is dividing your image into two sections, and it contributes nothing to the narrative.
Thank you. Can we have a blank screen for a moment? We can do another judge change, actually. Joe and Catherine, thank you very much, both of you. Faru and Sarah Lee, can you jump on in?
That's a very expressive animal.
Have we got a Sarah Lee?
I was going to say, what sort of expression did you want?
No.
I've got a number of properties, so I know they do give you expressions. I will go.
We got an alternative.
This one's just going.
Chris Halliwell, do you want to jump in instead? Hey, that's right. You don't have the same name because his name's floating.
He's back.
Not that the other Chris is sinking, but next print, please. What's happening?
It says connecting.
Connecting. Wow. Can we have an honours helper?
You've disconnected.
I've disconnected. I've got numbers, not on. Oh, you've got numbers.
Stand by for technical difficulties while we wait for that. I can tell you. Oh, look, we have the perfect person here to tell us about Ilford.
I can tell you that if you come and see the team at the Ilford stand, that there will be some trade specials. They've got some Ilford rototrim mats that they're discounting for the conference, and I think they've got a few other things up their sleeve, as well as a couple of quite exciting new products, and one of them is a very spectacular washi pearl handmade paper.
Ooh. Well, if I buy that paper, will I win more awards next year?
It depends who prints it, but you can see me. You'll print your own anyway, won't you?
I'll print mine anyway, yeah. So, no, I won't win more awards.
You might.
You never know, you never know. Well, maybe
We could also go to the bar.
we can go to the bar while we wait.
No, at 3 p.m. today we can go to the on-site bar.
Oh, can we?
Yep. There's an on-site bar in the awards this year. So if you get any golds after 3 o'clock, you can buy yourself a bottle of champagne, and
Oh, come on, someone can buy it for you.
someone can buy it for you, and you can enjoy a few celebratory drinks with your friends.
This is this is amazing. What a revolution! I remember I remember the first time I won a gold, and I was in Auckland, and I went straight to the bar, and Mike Hill bought me a whiskey. I'm not going to tell you what time of day it was.
I haven't got there yet. I've still got red ribbon.
Oh, it'll happen. You just need that washi paper.
89s before then.
In the audience or on the panel? I was on the panel.
While we're waiting for our connection issues to be resolved, what else can we bullshit about?
Oh, we could talk about the In Pursuit of Giants premiere.
Ooh, good idea.
Yeah.
All about that.
Yeah, gold to Steve. Exciting.
Cheeky. So Sunday evening, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, Sunday evening after conference proceedings finish, here's our technical helper, Ian, to come and help us reconnect. You can come at 7 p.m. to the Suter Gallery and watch the In Pursuit of Giants movie premiere, which I can tell you right now contains very embarrassing footage of myself. It's the main cell. If you want to have is this the draw it out signal? Yeah. But yeah, in addition, so a bunch of familiar faces that you'll know and love from the NZIPP got this idea in their heads to disappear into the mountains for a few days, and take a lot of photos and chase imaginary beasts or real beasts in the deepest southern Alps. And yeah, you can come along for the journey on Sunday evening. It'll be the first eyes on the film. So come along, laugh at my misfortune, and
It's not that bad.
hang out with a bunch of other photographers and watch the adventure.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you want to stay afterwards, there will also be a viewing of the blooper reel, which is moderately explicit, but I think worth a chuckle.
Worth a lot of chuckling. We'd all prefer that you had a few drinks before we got to the blooper reel.
There's actually a bar at the theatre, so you can have drinks while you're watching.
Rachel, you've got all the intel on where the bars are.
Don't know why.
We're good? Oh, we've got a score. We overshot our chatter. So we have an 80. Thank you for your patience with that. That is a silver award. I would love some feedback from one of our judges. Furu, you nodded at me.
Oh yes, very well handled composition, great time of the day to represent all beautiful details in the sky and the water. Well done to the photographer.
Thank you. Can we have the next print, please?
Thanks, Bruce.
Sorry, live stream. Forgot to press a button. Print scores 80. That's a silver award. Looks like we're happy with that. Chris, did you have a comment?
Oh, yeah. There's for the people who, oh, you can see it on that screen, of course. There's a beautiful allegory here to either Christ or Joan of Arc, wherever she's being burnt or crucified. The thing that really gets me is you've let down the photo. If you see those allegory paintings of Joan of Arc, she's always pleading with her eyes. The eyes here are just looking down. So if you just looked up heavenly and had a more mournful expression, because the eyes can be so expressive.
Thank you, Chris. Can we have the next print, please? And the print scores an initial score of 85. Michael, take it away.
I gave this 90. It's a community. It's a bunch of absolute individuals, eccentrics. Every single one of them's been captured exquisitely, and then combined into this community of a panel of 9 images. And graphically, they combine perfectly. So I'm not seeing problems anywhere. I'm seeing a unity through 9 images.
Okay, I would like to hear from someone in the lower 80s there. Yeah, Faru, that'd be great.
Yeah, for me, as you said, it's like a character study. It's talk about every single of them, about their occupation, about the environment they're living, about what they love, what their passion. The thing hold me back was in cohesive in lighting. I can see for example, in the middle image in the right side, there is a vignette around the image, which is not really work with the rest of the image, and I can see exactly the left side. There is a shadow behind the person. It represents the photographer might be using flash. So there is not cohesive in lighting, but I'm really agree with you. A great presentation. I'm listening.
Thanks, Furo. There's a bit of a cluster of you down there. Craig, though, was quite, well, I guess, in the average range. Never say that about Craig before, but...
I scored this 87. I think that, yeah, everything that you guys have said about the character and getting to know a little bit about these people. But I did keep it out of the gold range for the reasons that you pointed out, with some of the differences in the editing, particularly on the vignette on that centre right image. Kept it out of gold, but I think, Mike, you might have taught me to come up.
Everyone's got the chance to talk. It's gold.
Yeah, it is. As if anyone else is itching to. I haven't seen any flashes of enthusiasm, but here we go.
I was constrained by about 2 or 3 of the images failing the set, and so I thought, take them out and you could almost make it one long horizontal line of images rather than a square box which is containing it too much. I'd have a long line of the best 5 images, and and the best 5 images here would easily be gold.
Other Chris, did you want to... No? Yep, back to Mike then.
Okay, the vignette on the right in the middle it's balanced or echoed by the vignette on the left in the middle. So there are 2 vignettes, and they do actually support each other in that they hold them into the frame. That's what the vignette's designed to do. In terms of that lineup of single line, this is a house. This is a little community house, and they all live within it in a sense. I'm speaking metaphorically, but this is a really wonderful, eccentric community captured by a photographer in a natural... I don't see the flash in here. I see this as a natural context. And I feel the place. I feel the eccentricity of the place, and it's the character of each individual photograph that's allowing that. Now, if there were individual images, they wouldn't be as strong as the collective provides. So think of it as a collective or a community, and I think you'll score it much... I'd hope you would score it much higher.
Okay, please, judges, rescore this image, starting from 85. Mike snuck it into gold, and he's hoping a few others will too. Mike, you have to enter the same score. Suspense is killing me. 89. Whew. Right on the cusp. So we're going to review this now. So I would ask you all to make the firm decision. Is this a silver with distinction at 89, or is it a gold at 90? 89 or 90? Let's be decisive. And it's a gold at 90. Can we have a blank screen, team? And we're going to say Chris and Craig down the end there, the far Chris, rather than near Chris. Take a break. And Sarah Lee and Catherine, do you want to jump in? Oh, Catherine with a C. That is. Whew. Near Catherine. And next print, please. Shout out to the team behind the scenes. Flip and Prince, you're doing a great job. Okay, print score is 76. That is a bronze award. We have some constructive feedback. Yeah, Faru, sure.
The expression is very well captured in terms of improving the image. We need a separation light to the background so it can improve the composition and the image.
Thanks, Faru. Can we have the next print, please? And I'm just going to step aside, and we're going to have Belinda on the mic in a second. So, welcome aboard.
No, you haven't cleared the panel yet. That's okay. No. Still not cleared.
It takes time.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it, thanks. Cheers.
How's that?
All good.
So we've got a score of 73. Do you have a comment? Yes, Catherine?
I gave this a 78 for the innovation. I liked the way the photographer has chosen to present this as an out-of-focus image. I think took it into the realms of a portrait of ballerinas in general rather than this particular individual. I think it's been nicely printed. I just want to say, before you guys talk about it, but that highlight on the face is a little awkward, and but yeah, that was the only thing that was really holding me back. I thought the colour palette was beautiful and it had a lovely softness to the image, and it's been well presented. I would like to see this squeaked up into a bronze.
Okay, Christopher, comment?
If you are going to use an art paper acryl, remember it absorbs a lot more blacks, and it's very grey. So you either need edge sharpness or your blacks to go up, just to add some zip.
Faru?
Yeah, I think I gave it 77 bronze because of the painterly look from the image. It almost reminds me Edgar Degas painting, and because of that, I think it really deserves to be recognized and awarded. And I can see some of error, like it's too dark, some details are missing, but it's unique. And it's beautiful, and yeah.
All right, you've got a little bit of support there, Catherine. Reply?
Thank you, Faru. I think you've nailed it with that. This is very painterly, and I think the paper choice with the texture does reflect that. You might be losing a little bit of the detail, but as Faru said, it's about the mood and the darkness is adding to that Degas look. We are only asking for a bronze here, guys.
Okay, judges, if you could rescore, please. All right, and we have a bronze award at 76. Can we have the next print, please? Richard, can you step in for Catherine, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 77. Are we happy with that? Faru?
I gave this image silver because of a very unusual and interesting composition. All the leading line, it just grabbed my eyes and traveled to the whole of image. The empty space from the top complement the story and all elements at the bottom. And I think for that, and especially choosing a harsh light to bring a graphic nature to this image. So because of all, I gave it silver, and I really encourage you guys to come up.
Okay, can we hear from Sarah Lee, please? You're at the other end.
I gave this image a 72, and I love the graphic nature as well. I love how the leading lines come down and they really frame him. I feel that all that extra space was perhaps unnecessary. The subject is so small within the image, and perhaps bringing it a whole lot closer and cropping perhaps at that very faint horizontal line that is distracting above the head would have brought it in and really accentuated the bar-like qualities of the lines, and then that heavy extra object bottom right, cropping that out or removing it or making sure it wasn't in the frame when captured would have added to the image, because it does weigh it down and take away from the image.
Yes, Christopher.
The main principal contributors, those lines, should tell you that really the subject should be imposed standing. Being a compressed ball in the bottom corner really is not gelling with the instrumental construction of the place.
Okay, Faru, right of reply.
Yeah, I can see the right of the image, the element is a bit dark and is distracting. If it was that much dark, I'd definitely go for silver with distinction. The whole leading lines for me here, it's like representing the wings of that person sitting there. His expression or her expression is somehow, it's very down and off, and it's like kind of adding to the narrative of the image. It has a graphical nature, very strong composition, and I think it's really deserved to be awarded as silver.
Okay, judges, can we rescore, please? Faru, can you re-enter your score, please? Okay, and we've got a score of 79, so we're off to review. If we can just pop in whether, 79 or 80.
Can I change my score?
79 or 80, yeah. And it's a silver at 80. Okay, can I have a blank screen, please? Okay, so we're taking Richard off, please. If Tony, can you please step in for a moment? Tony, can you jump on?
Richard put me off.
And we'll have the next print, please. Okay, and we've got a score of 84, but I imagine there's going to be a challenge here. Thanks, Tony.
Yeah, I'm on 96. So the pure theatre of this and the stylisation and the glitter. I don't know what the hell that paper choice is, but it's just really adding to the eye candy feel and the craziness of this image. For a start, I thought it looked a bit flat, but then when you get in there and you see everything glistening and lighting up in the right places, the directness of this, you know, the capture in this category, I think it's exceptional. The centre focus of it is pulling you right in. You look around at all the details. I think it's quite unique and something that I haven't really seen myself judging. And yeah, I think it's pure theatre, pure beauty, gold with distinction.
All right, get a little bit of work. Can I hear from Sarah Lee? You're at the other end.
Yeah, I scored this a 79, which listening to Tony is probably really, really tough. It is definitely incredibly unique in terms of the mix of the subject matter and that paper choice, which, yeah, has a real pearlescent glitter watercolour texture at the same time. I do find, though, that being such a high contrast image that I would like deep, deep blacks, and that disappears with that particular paper choice. And so that's a wee bit conflicting. I don't know enough about reading expressions on crabs to know what the crab's thinking, other than it's perhaps been held up and everything's flying off, moving and he's wriggling. It's a really intriguing image.
All right. Mike, love to hear from you.
I gave this 85 and I'm coming up to 90, possibly 92. I find it sort of Star Wars with crabs. And it's taking me to another universe. And so it's one of the criteria for gold for me is, have I ever seen this before? And I haven't. Not sure I want to see it again, but given the point that we are looking at something absolutely unique, I think this is definitely a gold from that point of view, if nothing else.
Okay. Can we hear from Faru, please?
I can see what you refer about the 3D feeling of it. It's like a galaxy, the science fiction feeling as well. But other than that, I'm looking for more. I'm looking for lighting. I'm looking for narrative. I'm looking for something that trigger me to come up to gold or gold with distinction. I'm listening. I'm listening for the. I'm looking for that reason.
All right, Chris.
I was worried about the bottom third not contributing, but having listened to my esteemed judge, it's the Crab Nebula.
All right, right of reply, Tony.
Yeah, I've never tried to get an expression out of a crab before, so I suppose, I mean, it looks happy to me. But I think the Star Wars analogy is great with this, and it does feel like it's from another galaxy. And besides this, I think we're just really getting inside the head of a reasonably warped mind. And I really like that, and I think they've brought everything to the table. You know, you could argue that it could be on a glossy paper for those blacks, Sarah Lee, but I think there's enough in there to draw you in there, and just I think that withholding of the blacks brings a real sparkle to the shiny bits of this. When I was young, Star Wars was out there. I never put it together with crabs, Mike. But yeah, I think it's brilliant, and if you can at least come up into gold, but feel brave and get up into gold with distinction would be nice.
All right, just a moment, judges. Just wait for the system to catch up. All right, go ahead and rescore. And we have a score of 89. So we're going off to review. I will get you to pop in your scores of either 89 or 90, and let's see whether we can get this one up. And it's a gold at 90. Can I have a blank screen, please? I think we're just going to take a break for just a moment.
Did you use the paper platoon by cancer?
No, I don't know that one.
It looks wet.
Hmm?
The black's wet.
Really?
That's where that would have just gone.
Would have, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Pick it up and it's almost like it's still drying.
I didn't mind it not being black though, that one.
Well, I almost thought it was a photo with colliding with the pores going out of focus, like there was a fuel issue with shrunk there, you know, on a view camera.
Yeah. That was definitely unique.
And it's single capture, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, single camera.
That's what gets it extra points. So what do you mean they dropped it into water? Like, what?
No, far too. Oh, it's just amazing.
All right, we're just going to have a judge change. Just give us a moment, please.
I often print on platoon if I'm giving it as a gift.
All right, we'll get Tony to step off for the moment.
Give them like, oh my God. Should I have gloves?
Paul, can I get you to step on for a minute? Thank you. All right, can I have the next print, please? All right, we have a score of 83. Pretty consistent scoring there. Would somebody like to speak to the image? Chris?
One of the things the audience isn't getting, because they're seeing it on a digital display, is because the paper stock and the screen in front of the subject, as you move in, you're rewarded by different imagery. So back here it does look like almost a shower curtain or a shower screen. As you come in, you can actually imagine other things happening, and there's almost a Gollum effect at one point that just made me smile. So,
Thank you for that. Can I have the next print, please? Okay, we have a silver award at 80. Mike, would you like to challenge?
Please.
Please go ahead.
I gave this 86. I think this is an exquisite example of an environmental portrait. It's beautifully handled. There's empathy from the photographer with the subject. There's a connection. I just think this is superior in its communication.
Sorry, could I get a comment from Sarah Lee at the other
I scored this a 78. It is a lovely environmental portrait of an old lady with her photo frames and then where she lives. There's not a lot of interaction between her and the space. It's literally just sitting here and photographing her in a room. It's done beautifully. It's technically well. There's not a lot more I could read into that, and I find her gaze just sits off to camera left. She's not actually looking straight down the camera. She's looking just far enough away to be distracting. It's a very simplistic image.
Okay. Can I have a comment from Chris?
The winner here to me is the adjacent area on the right. That obviously was a house where people lived, and she's watched them all go. So the idea of having a perfectly set table on the right, and all the people have left that were in those picture frames.
All right. Anybody else? Faru?
Yeah, I think this is very. It has like a great visual impact. It has. I really definitely connected to the subject. The thing hold me back is the choice of lens. It gives distortion, and the line is not really straight. It somehow give me the feeling the whole thing is going to the left side. It's like it's really not balanced in terms of composition. And also, I can see the point of the finger of the lady is pointing to the out of the frame, and my eyes is just coming and going out of the frame and can't go travel to the rest of the image. So I think with this kind of errors, I'm not sure, but I'm listening now.
Okay. Mike, right reply.
Okay, simplicity is one of the things that we try for in most elements, and to see simplicity, see something that's really simple but presented eloquently enough to give us a history and a space and a feeling of light, is paramount. The wide-angle lens is the environmental lens. Without the wide-angle lens, we don't understand the environment. So the lens is perfect for the communication. The hands just show how relaxed this person is in their environment. And I see them as part of her character. In terms of her face, I almost see her asking a question of the photographer. And I see that as the interaction. It's not a gaze, it's almost looking off into the future saying, but what if? So it's not what you would expect, but it's something more. And that's what I'm suggesting with a score, is just something a little more that tells the author, the photographer, that we got it. And I think sometimes that's really important.
Thanks for that, Mike. Judges rescore.
Sorry, my computer's down. I've got no screen.
Oh, sorry. Can we get someone from the Honours Committee, please? Some just technical issues here, folks. Bear with us.
printing? Do you have a room in the house?
Yeah, Jackie's my printer.
Good on you.
There's no point in both of us, but we communicate with each other pretty well.
Just the room the thing takes up.
It's a special, it's a printing room. I think with any printer, as long as you can communicate what it is you're after and observe that creation, I think you're fine.
Well, I'll never go back to the word process. I'll never go, because the amount of hours wasted in darkness. You press a button, and Damien will be both staring as it inches out.
Damage to the environment. You wouldn't do it.
It's just, I know people talk about the trays and all that, but you just think everyone's doing things and they're stuck in a black corner. You can have the printer on and be part of the world,
Agree?
Mike, could you please re-enter your score?
I can now.
You can? Wonderful.
Thank you.
And we have a score of 85, silver distinction. Okay, Paul, can I get you to just, in a second, just change into your name, because you're still under...
I'm on floating, so...
yeah,
just
you
log
were
out
still
of
under
Tony, put
Tony, yeah, for that one.
Do I do it again?
No, I think you're done.
Did you get my last score, or should I do it again?
I did, but it was it's under Tony. We've made a note of it, but yeah, if you could change it to floating.
I just did that. Do you want me to rescore, or I've already...
No, we're done. We're good. We're ready to start the next print, please. Yeah. We've got a score of 74. Can I have a comment from Sarah Lee, please, for the photographer?
I think this is a lovely body love image. Obviously, she's very comfortable in her own skin. It is very basic, and the way that the arms are coming across the body and forward, those are very prominent lines, and the hands and everything. And perhaps in the moment and in the joy, it could have been directed to do a little bit more with those arms instead of bringing them in and a awkward hug.
Thank you for that. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, and we have an initial score of 78. We all happy with that? Mike, would you like to challenge?
Yeah.
Thank you. Go for it.
I gave it 80, which is only 2 points more. But the main reason I've done that is I feel the photographer hasn't interrupted. It's an observed image that's very somehow delicately handled in terms of they're after the character of the painter, the character of the person, and they've let that dominate as opposed to dominating it as a photographer, which we quite often do. So I think that's the narrative of this, and that's the power of this.
Okay, can I have a comment from Paul? You're at the other end.
Yeah, I actually really appreciate that quality, Mike. Thanks for reminding us of that, because it's easy to feel like what you could do as opposed to the choices that are made and the deliberateness of that voyeurism. I feel like it could be more powerful to me personally. I cropped it a lot closer, and there's not a lot of additional narrative that's around to the left-hand side. And if you're going to include these foreground elements, like really include them or don't include them, they're kind of half in there, so they're kind of pulling it down, very murky in quality. Are they adding to what the technique and style she's using or not? To me, they're probably a little bit more distracting, which is what's kept me down a little bit lower.
Christopher.
If the audience would like to look at the TV screen and then glance back at the print, this is the problem with all the paper stocks and all the dies we have. I think it really needs to be simpler. And what we're seeing on the screen is a much more photojournalistic interpretation of this person.
Okay, write a reply, Mike.
Right, because I'm not allowed to look at the screen under the dictate, I think, look, when we're talking about a category like portraiture, we are talking about the person that's being interpreted, not the photographer. And I think the space that's been left there, the elements that are being left there, are part of the character. Take those foreground elements out, Paul, and all of a sudden we're just looking at sort of marks on paper, whereas there's some sort of tactile reality to that foreground that gives us something a little bit more about her and her techniques and what she's doing. So I see character in this, and I see it wholesomely.
Wonderful. Judges, please rescore. Okay, and we have a majority score of 81. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We have a score of 81, silver award. Mike would like to challenge. Go ahead, Mike.
I gave this 87. I think the narrative in here is the crux. It's the whole story of this renegade person who's a cop, but he's not a cop. And so we've got the colours in the front, the hat on his head, the cracked windscreen. We look at this tint that's happening in the car. It's not a colour cast, because if you look at the background, we've got very clean buildings in the background. So we're looking at a whole bunch of environment. It's an environmental portrait. It's a character portrait. The portrait being in the centre of that V is so perfectly placed, and the dog is part of the character of the man. So I'm just seeing it as quite a superior piece of visual communication.
Okay, can I hear from Faru? You're sitting at 77.
Yeah, I think, I really I enjoy the cinematic feeling of the image. It's like a piece of movie, the capture, the communication between the dog with the owner, the policeman. It's very well captured, and there are some errors in terms of technical, especially like the color, the red and the blue color is oversaturated, it's dominant, and takes so much attention away from their bond, their communication. The background is really sharp, bold, and colorful, and harsh. So again, it's kind of dominant and take again attention away from their bond and communication. So for those reasons, I give it bronze, but I'm listening.
Can we hear from Paul? I think you got there just before you, Chris.
Yeah, to me, there's a wonderfully quiet sophistication about this image. And to address Faro's point, first of all, I thought, it's pulling away from the central characters, and yet it's deliberately including the tonal range and colour palette is very consistent through the entire image, so it's literally inviting you to be very deliberately present with all the environmental elements and its place and its context. It's not trying to hide that at all. It's not trying to separate them at all. In fact, it's almost forcing you to engage with all those elements. And my interpretation is Mike's, that red and blue reads into that characterisation about the police sort of element. So that's not detracting for that reason. Silver.
Sorry, Christopher.
I think I gave this a bronze, and I really love what you've captured here. You just needed to drop a little bit lower, and please give us the rest of the frame of the window. So it is an enveloping tool rather than cutting it at the left side.
Thank you. Right of reply, Mike.
Yeah, Faru, you nailed it. Cinematic. That's what it is. It's a still from a movie, and I get the movie. You know, it's in terms of the framing, Paul. I see it as complete. If we had the left-hand side, it would be too obvious. It would be too that framing, that moment of action, the cutting off of the left-hand side, so cinematic, so transitionary, and I think that's what's adding to it all. So I'm just reading it as, you know, something quite fresh and original, and what a great idea and what a great piece of scene.
All right, great debate. Mike's looking for a silver with distinction. Please rescore, judges.
Can't get in for some reason. Try it again. Right. I've got it now. Thanks.
Excellent, and we're at 84, so silver reward. Can we have a blank screen, please? All right, next print, please. Okay, folks, here we go. The machine was just taking a little while to catch up. We've got a silver award at 82. Okay, are we all happy with that? Yep. Can I have a comment from Paul, please, for the photographer?
Exquisitely handled tonal control. What I particularly love is the choice of context. By leading into the black sand and that overcast lighting, it almost moves into a monochromatic world and allows those little pops of colour to come through beautifully. And I thought initially there was too much negative space, but it adds sort of energy and breathing room around the main character and to really put them in place.
Thanks for that, Paul. Very constructive. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, and we have a score of 74. Can we have a comment, please, Christopher?
When you look at the image, the first thing you see is that bright highlight. That's not what you want to be looking at first. And when you get in close, there's even questions about subject sharpness, which is an absolute cardinal sin.
Okay, blank screen, please. Has everyone had lunch?
No.
Okay. Okay.
I'd love to go.
All right. We'll do some judge changing then.
Lunch. Round the back.
Yep. All right, Mike, step off. And we'll get Craig in, please. And Peru, okay, you go to lunch. And we will get... can we have Richard in, please? Sorry, Craig, can I get you to step off for a moment?
Sure.
And we get Tony in, please. Thank you. Juggling all the judges. Please make sure that you've swapped your names over for us. And we'll have the next print, please. And we have a silver award at 80. We all happy with that? Excellent. Can we get a comment from Sarah Lee for the career?
Yeah, I scored this in 83. I think it is a beautiful capture of obviously a dog either being spooked or the attention's by the water. There's a lot of emotion that comes through in the eyebrows of that dog, even though they're not looking straight at the camera. You can read so much into it. I think the fact it was too tightly cropped at the top and too loosely cropped at the bottom, had more emphasis been put on capturing the entire splash, I really think that would have added more to the story.
Thank you very much for that. Can I just check, has anybody else needing to go to lunch? Richard, Christopher, Sarah Lee. Thanks for that. Okay, we just need to wait for some judges to come back. Sorry, guys. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you. We've got a score of 77. And can I get a comment from Richard, please?
Yeah, look, lovely palette and expression there. I guess the only thing, it's just some lovely design, but I guess the only little bit of critique I could give is that highlight on the back. I'm wondering if potentially she could be facing the other way towards the light, but yeah.
Sorry. Can I have a blank screen, please?
Yeah, right, Chris.
Sorry about that, Chris. Can you grab an honest person, please? Okay. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 74. Can I have a comment from Tony, please?
Yeah,
Paul?
beautiful dreamlike quality. It's quite poetic. I feel like we're a little bit washed away on the top of the frame, and somehow, to me personally, I would have. This could have been beautiful in a really elliptical kind of framing to sort of support that softness, because it doesn't really have a graphic element to it that the rectangular frame does. But
Thank you very much for that, Paul. Can I have a blank screen for a moment? Can we get Tony to step off? Go and grab something to eat if you haven't. And Lizzie, if you could please come onto the panel. And we'll have the next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 77. Are we happy with that? Christopher, you'd like to challenge?
I just love the idea of family being encapsulated by both shoulders, and they're almost in a scrum, well, they're a vertical scrum. I don't want to point out the negatives, but I just think this has so much emotion running through it, and to capture it in one moment, to spontaneously get little kids on board too, it's beautiful.
Fantastic. Can I have a comment from Richard? You're at 75?
Yeah, I'm 75. I thought this was beyond a high professional standard and slipped it just there into bronze because of it being a beautiful little moment and that connection. Probably for the same reason she gave it a silver.
Lovely. Paul?
Beautifully connected moment, the hongi-like alliteration between the two pairs of subjects really speaks to that beautifully. I feel like the black and white is almost competing a little bit with that connection. It's pulling me away left and right out of frame and with this blocky kind of emphasis, and I want to be pulled in further to that central moment. If you want to speak to that, Chris.
Okay.
The reason that, and this does show high professional practice, is that the lady wearing the black shows you how intense the light coming from the left is, and she's got a beautiful hot separation line there. If everyone was in the same key with their clothing, heaven knows what tricks you'd have to perform to pull that detail back. If you look at the faces, for lighting that's backlit, they're beautifully even lit and beautifully soft, and yet the light source is obviously off to the left. No, I think this has professional practice at a much higher level than you're thinking. So I do actually say, if you can get up and have a look at it, you'll see all the animation in the photo as well.
Excellent. Well, we're currently sitting at 77. Chris is looking for a silver, so let's rescore, please. And we now have a score of 79, so we're going to go into the review. And I will get the judges to enter either 79 or 80 if they'd like it to go up. And we have a silver award at 80. Excellent. Can we have a blank screen, please? We're going to do another judge swap out. We get Richard to step off, please. Go and grab something to eat while you can. And we'll get Chris Halliwell onto the panel. Thank you. Okay, we all ready? Next print, please. And we have an initial score of 84. Is everybody happy? Lizzie, would you like to challenge?
Yeah, I scored it a 90.
Mike?
Lean right forward.
Oh. I scored this image a 90. Gosh, what a powerful, emotional image with so much to say in such a simple composition of using hands. I see a lot of hardship, not just with the person in the background with the test tube, but also with the hand coming in. And I think what really pushed it above for me was the claw on the thumb, and just, you know, and at first when I looked at it, I thought, oh, you know, there's a lot of yellow, but then, you know, sick people are yellow, thus the yellowish tonal range.
Okay, can I hear from Christopher? You're at the other end at 81.
I will probably score this higher. There's the conflict of what area gets your attention in the lighting. Where do you draw it? Do you draw it towards the scarring and the devastation, or do you draw it towards the hands and the hope? And I'm hoping that's what the photographer meant, because the lighting is misplaced otherwise.
Okay, how about, let's hear from Paul.
Oh, it's just a deeply arresting, visceral quality of this, with the literal puncturing of the human body just being so present. The complexity that speaks to a lot of issues and a lot of unresolved emotions floating around the frame through the kind of messy tension and the tonality. The way the red of the hand almost feeds into the red of the skin, like it's sort of bleeding into the person with their feeling. You know, that slight connection to the upper part of the frame of the person through that material, wondering what's going on in that part of the body. And, you know, that it speaks about two people, not one. And yet it's a very, very simple, fairly bold, but quite complex and arresting composition. There's a lot going on here. I'm on 88.
Wonderful. Anybody else? All right, let's back to you, Lizzie.
Yeah, I mean, it's it really speaks of hardship and really says this amazing story, and even just the use of hands, really, you can almost envision the people without the faces. And yeah, the lighting, it bounces around a little bit, but I mean, all I see the hands, and yeah, it's a nice composition. And come on, guys.
Excellent. All right, judges, please rescore. Okay, and we have a silver distinction at 86. That's twice. Next print, please. Okay, we have a bronze award at 76. We've got some pretty even judging here. Would anybody like to speak to the image? Lizzie, can I get you to make a comment for the photographer?
Yeah, great tones, nice composition, maybe a little bit heavy on the right hand side. Yeah, lovely capture of a duck.
Excellent, thank you. Can we have a blank screen, please? All right, we're going to do some judge reshuffling. Can Sarah Lee please go and have some lunch? And we will have Joe on, please. All right, Christopher, do you want to also go and grab something to eat? And we will have Michelle on for Christopher. And welcome. Okay. So, Michelle, you don't have your name in there, so you're floating. So we've already got a floating. We're going to get you to pretend to be Christopher Ian for the moment. Christopher? Yeah. Okay. All right, we're all ready. Next print, please. Okay, and we have a score of 74. And can I get a comment from Michelle, please?
Really lovely capture. It's a pretty little girl having lots and lots of fun. And you've done really, really well. And just keep going.
Thank you very much for that. Next print, please. And we've got a score of 75, Bronze Award. And Paul, would you like to challenge?
Oh, no, just a comment.
Just a comment? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, there's a lot of dimensionality in the print quality of this image is really wonderful. I feel like there's more that can be done to speak to the bond and the relationship between the subjects. Maybe with them facing each other, it sort of feels a little bit kind of forced, like it's being held so it doesn't jump off. And also it's quite tight on the left-hand side and the bottom doesn't add as much as it could. But yeah, just exploring relationship maybe a little bit more and that emotional content will come through a bit deeper, I think.
Thanks very much for that, Paul. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, and we have a silver award at 81. We're all happy with that. Lizzie, would you like to challenge?
Yeah, I'll give it a go. I scored this in 87. The arm position on the right-hand side, we've got obviously the same woman. On the left-hand side, she's got her here. She's confident, feeling beautiful. On the right-hand side, the way that her arms are positioned. That it's that real sense of guarding herself and vulnerable, and yeah, it speaks of recovery, but still feeling very fragile and vulnerable. And I think that's purposefully done by the photographer to bring that out in a very soft and subtle way with something so simple as just how she's holding her arms. And to me, that goes a little bit beyond more into silver distinction. And silver.
Excellent. Thanks for that, Lizzie. Can we hear from Jo? You're down in the other
Yep,
end
I
of things.
scored this as 77. There's things I really love about it. I love the tonal range. I feel like the expressions and the body language is quite confused, and there's not a very clear narrative from one picture to the next. Having her breasts covered by her hair, for me, is actually more vulnerable than having them exposed like they are in the second picture. The other thing that really held me back is I found the use of the oval, sort of inner ovals. I found that really, it doesn't add anything to me. I find it quite messy. I find it just a bit tight. I mean, obviously I can see why they've cut it where they've cut it at the bottom, but it just feels, to me, it feels voyeuristic and not, I'm not getting a clear narrative. I'm just feeling like I'm being asked to look at a semi-clad woman for no particular reason. But I'm listening to you, Lizzie.
Excellent. Paul?
Just to speak to that, I feel like there's a deliberateness of separation of two moments in life that's held by that shape, and it creates that separation, while it also emphasises that alliteration of the angle and lighting that's been repetitive, so you can speak to different phases of life. And that circular element to me supports a little bit of femininity, and there's a lot of conversation around relationship with femininity through the hair and the vulnerability of the nakedness, and that kind of just supports that just a little bit more.
Thanks for that, Paul. And anybody else? Back to you, Lizzie. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I look at those two shapes with the woman in between two, and I see windows into her life and her emotions of and feeling more confident, when she has her hair. And then on the other side, maybe she's got alopecia or cancer or something, and then when she doesn't have her hair in those moments in her life. And yeah, I mean, it really pulls me up to the silver distinction, and even, possibly a little bit more with the, and if you do go right into her face and look at her expression, you do get that very strong sense of the left-hand side of being more confident, and then on the right-hand side, just really fragile and vulnerable. And yeah, I reward the photographer for showing those very subtle changes, but show a lot.
Excellent. Thanks for that, Lizzie. Judges, can we get you to rescore? And we've moved up to 82, solid silver. Can we have a blank screen, please? Okay, Chris, please step off. And Paul, you as well. We're going to swap you out. Yes, thanks. And we're going to bring in Craig and Catherine with a C. No? Oh, no, not Catherine. Sorry, Farouk, could you please step up? Thank you.
I'm posing as Craig on mine. Should I change mine to someone else?
Oh, heck.
You can be floating now, I think.
You're warping my stats.
I am. I'm a cool kid now.
Okay.
No, it's not letting me.
Someone else already floating?
Oh, it's because they've got a swap.
Not letting you do you.
Not letting me do me either.
Oh no.
Oh, because you're...
Yeah, swap,
just swap seats.
Just swap seats.
Oh, swap seats.
I've
Go
gone
on.
off that, so it might not actually.
Here you go.
Okay.
Switch places.
Cheers.
Excellent.
What's all these lollies?
Yes.
Everybody's eating lollies. That's not fair.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah.
Do we have someone to put on there?
Joe, just step off for a moment,
We don't
and
have a judge. We don't have a spare judge, sorry. Richard?
Richard.
No.
No, he's excluded.
We have no judges. Again. Can we find some judges, please?
Yeah. Just bear with us here, guys. We're trying to do... Everyone's swapping out for lunch at the moment. Running out of judges.
Oh, here you go.
Oh,
Got one back.
Chris can jump in. Do you want to jump in for Joe, Chris?
Oh, yes, thanks, of course.
Yep.
Great.
All right.
Timing.
Thank you. Christopher's going to join us again.
No, you're all good. Yeah. We're doing our best. Sorry. Go on, eat. Yeah. Exactly. All natural.
Excellent. We're all good. All ready to go. Well, we'll have the next print, please.
I'm getting a repeat message. You are already signed in.
Oh, is that?
Oh, because someone's already using your name. Can you stay where you are, Michelle, for a second, and can you please use Mike if no one's using Mike?
Mike, okay.
And then we'll sort it out after this one.
Okay, and we have a silver award at 83. And would anybody like to challenge that one? All good. All right. Can we have a comment from Craig?
I think that this is a really well done image. I think great control on the highlights. It would be really easy to blow those out with the reflective nature of the plastic. I just felt that there was a little bit of disconnect between the subject and what they were wearing and just the plain background.
Thanks very much for that, Craig. Can we have the next print, please?
Do you want me to switch to someone else?
Yeah, if you want to switch back to who you should be.
Yes, thanks. That or switch chairs.
What do you want me as? What do you want me as?
Do you want to be Mike? And Christopher?
Oh, they won't better swap though because it'll be
Yeah.
they'll be swapping to each other. Jump up and judge the image and we'll figure it out.
Well, they could just swap chairs.
Yeah, you could just
Yeah.
swap chairs.
Christopher, you
When
come
when
back to where you were before.
When you sit down, come and sit down
Yeah.
differently.
Yeah.
Great. Thanks, Steve. Judges are excited.
And we have a score of 73. Can I have a comment, please, from Michelle?
You just watch your posing. The one on the baby on the left looks like he's getting, she or he is getting really squished, and just also your colour tones in the skin, which is incredibly hard to get right. But keep practicing. It looks good.
Next print, please. And we have a score of 79. Craig?
Rescore anyway, so
Yep.
might as well challenge
Craig,
it.
would you like to challenge
Yep.
it? Thank you.
So I scored this 84. I really love the emotive quality of this image, the fluidity. I felt that the water coming out from the neck almost made the person feel like a clown in a clown's outfit, and there's some sadness in there. So I really love that kind of juxtaposition as well. Yeah, so 84. I'd love to see this as a silver.
Excellent. Can we hear from Faru, please?
Yeah, actually, I found the splash and the water works as an outfit and gives such a character to the subject. However, the subject's face is really lack of depth and contrast, and kind of totally dissolved with the background. And as foreground, it has more contrast and more darkness in front. It just grabs attention from the subject. Yeah, it's really good concept, and I'm listening.
Christopher?
The subject's face isn't actually sharp, so you're only about a stop away from getting the effect you want of the splash, but actually having the subject sharp, you're that close.
Thank you. Craig, right of reply.
I didn't mind the lack of sharpness. I felt that it kind of flows with the fluidity of the rest of the image. And as for the lack of contrast as well, I feel like that kind of expresses the sadness a little bit more in the image too. So, yeah, love to see a silver for this.
Excellent. Judges, please rescore. And we're still on a score of 79 average, so we're off to review. And I'll get the judges to pop in either 79 or 80. And we stay at 79. Bronze award. Can we have a blank screen, please? Okay, we're going to do some judge swapping. Okay, so we'll get Craig, you can step off for a moment, and we'll get Emma in, please. And Christopher Ian, can you please step off, and we'll get Russell Hamlet to join us, please. Okay, you guys won't actually be in our system, so we need to give you pseudonyms. Yep. So, Richard, if you could pop your... Oh, sorry, Russell, if you could pop yourself in as Joe. Okay. No? You're not in there, Russell. We're trying to give you a different name. We're trying to figure out who...
I'm not as stupid as I thought then. Well, I am as stupid.
Can you pop yourself in as Catherine, please, Russell?
Hell
And
yeah.
Emma could be. Can you pop yourself in as Catherine with a C?
Catherine with a C.
No, you'll be Catherine with a K.
Yeah.
And we'll get Emma as Catherine with a C.
I've always wanted to get into it. So where's my name gone then? Oh, have you got it now? So I clicked on Catherine.
It should just be.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I did it. Is it? It's done?
I think so.
Okay, sweet.
We can't see from this
I haven't
end.
seen the screen yet, so I don't know how it works.
We'll work it out.
Thank you. They told me I was Catherine with a K. I don't know.
Just as long as one of you's each.
Yeah, just pick one.
I might. Oh, I had on the K. There we go. All right. Oh, it's the best I've ever looked.
All right. We all sorted. Awesome. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 77, Bronze Award. Very consistent judging, thank you. Can I have a comment from one of the newbies, Emma?
Yeah, hi, this is a sweet image, a sweet capture where I'm guessing a brother is looking after a sister. Nice tones and everything. Yeah, lovely image, well done.
Lovely, thank you. Can we have the next print, please? And we have a silver award at 83 average. Faru, would you like to challenge?
Oh, yes, of course. I really love to challenge this one. Great, I should say, outstanding lighting, visual communication, and the whole choice of prop present a painterly Victorian style and look. And photographer cleverly used the line of the light with the presenting and cutting match. So for all those reasons, I think, and it's in camera, a portrait in camera, everything is perfect. I can't see any error, none of the technical error, and the story is there. So I can't see any reason to not score it as a gold.
Do you want to share your score with the other judges, Faru?
I gave it 92.
Excellent. Can I hear from... Emma, please?
Yeah, I gave this 80. I really enjoyed the wardrobe choice and the, you know, her stance. It's like she's sort of had enough of everything, although she's dressed up to the nines. I was just wondering if there was a bit murky in the shadows and the details, but I'm listening.
Speak up, Emma.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry. I was
please.
just wondering about the shadows and just whether they're a bit murky, but other than that, I'm listening.
Russell, can I hear from you?
Yeah, sure. I scored at 76 actually. A lot of the things are admirable, but I find the cropping a little bit tough, and the leg on our left side, the thigh just being truncated like that, I find that quite ugly, or not as appealing as it could be, and it was a bit distracting for me. That's how my eye keeps going to that, and I don't find that a very attractive part of that particular image visually.
Okay. Michelle?
I'm listening. I scored at 83. It's like, kind of reminds me of like being out or working late at night and then like just collapsing and the world's too much, but still looks amazing. And I actually like that it's really tightly cut because there's so much chaos in the world, and it's like all her world looks like chaos, and then it's just like just her. And it's cut nice and cropped nice and tightly.
Fantastic.
I'll be coming up a little bit.
Lizzie?
Yeah, I'm definitely listening there. I thank you for pointing out the line in her face with the crop. That definitely makes sense. Yeah, I quite like actually how that leg's kind of half chopped off and her hands chopped off, because to me I kind of look at her and she's all dressed up and fancy, and you know, maybe she was in the spotlight in this wonderful occasion, then it looks like someone's just cut her off and she's just left there feeling defeated and got this line down her face of light, that, you know, a little glimpse of her spotlight that's been cut off.
Wonderful.
So yeah, I'm definitely listening.
All right, back to you, Faru.
Thank you so much, Liz, to give me the exactly word what I wanted to say, spotlight. It's like someone is sneaky looking at her, and it's kind of inviting. You know, it's like someone just, I forgot the spotlight on her. But I want to grab your attention to the color palette of this image. This image has golden green and kind of gold silver color, which complement the background color, which is red. It's it has an outstanding color palette. It's not easy to capture an image with this kind of palette, with this kind of lighting. So the lighting and about the cropping complement the narrow light on her face. It's like without this kind of cropping, there is not much narrative in this image. So I think this image has outstanding level of visual and emotional communication, and originality is another great feature of this image, great presentation, and no error in technique, which is really important in portrait.
All right, thanks, Faru. If we can get the judges to rescore. Okay, and we have a score of 87, silver distinction. Thank you, judges. We'll have the next print, please. Okay, and we have a bronze award at 75. And can I get a comment from Russell, please?
Yeah, I quite enjoyed the image. I liked the beak just breaking the horizon of the head. Thought it just gave it a cute little thing. I would have liked to have seen a little bit more visual energy flowing down through the tail. I thought that was cut off unnecessarily.
Thank you very much. Can I have a blank screen, please? And we're going to swap and do another judge swap. Michelle, if I could get you to step off, and we will get Catherine with a K, yes, to come on. Yeah, you might just swap.
I think we might, because we've got people who've got exclusions loaded who are being impersonated.
Yep.
So we might have to get someone to change who they are.
I guess I'll stay as Mike.
You can be yourself. You can be...
Should I stay as Mike or not?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yep.
Who are you
Russell's
all
in
pretending
with
to be?
Catherine
Catherine
C.
Catherine with a C.
We
yeah.
need to get him to swap out.
I can be whatever you want, mate.
Can you be floating?
No, Liz
I'm
is,
already
Liz is
floating.
floating.
Can you be Tony? Russell, can you be Tony, please?
Tony with a C.
With a C. Tony.
I prefer that my name's not associated with it.
We won't go out of this
Choose
room.
somebody else.
Excellent.
What goes on tour stays on tour, mate.
All right, can I have the next print, please? And we have a bronze award at 75. Can I get Lizzie to please comment on this one?
Yes, sweet little capture. Nice lens choice with the depth of field. I just wanted to see what, with his hands, connection with the hands, and yeah, just to create more of that story.
Thank you. Next print, please. And we have another bronze award at 75. Peru, can you please speak to this image?
Yeah, it's a
Microphone.
oh, sorry. Great use of lighting to capture the shadow and contrast at the background, and yeah, well done to the photographer.
Okay, thank you. Next print, please. and we have a silver award at 82. We all happy with that? Yep. Can I have a comment from Emma, please?
Yeah, this is a lovely image. I like initially when the dog was sort of leaning to the side, I was a bit put off by not having the eye contact, but then it's just a lovely flow and beautiful scenery. Well done to the photographer.
Thank you. We have the next print, please. And we have a bronze award at 76. Can I hear from Russell, please?
It's just a comment for the...
Just a comment for the photographer, please. Yeah.
I really liked it. I actually scored it in the silvers. I don't know why I do, but it just gives me a mood of something that's just really yummy, really. The detail's beautiful and the mood's great. Just couldn't quite sort of make out what was going on, but otherwise I really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And that brings us to the end of our print submissions. We'll be swapping over to our digital entries now. We're taking a little break. If you would like to, shake it all out, go for a little walk, go to the loo, all that. If you're going to have a chat, please do so in the foyer so that we don't interrupt the other rooms. Yeah, and we'll be back in 5.
as well. You can see where you've mowed in this grass line. It just looks unusually sort of boringly perfect. When they got cranking in, suddenly you can see where they're going. So they just GPS driven and they drive up. Yeah, they just drive home from one shot. So they work from 9 to 5. They work many hours at work. They just work 9 to 5 and they go home and dock and charge themselves up and drive back to work. Basically, yeah.
Is there an honours tab? Okay, I'll get it on that. What's that? Oh. Say that.
So you got to let snow like we got on the music. You got a nice complete blanket. No. Was it really? Because they basically said the whole South Island was snowed over. You got snow in the city one time. I got brown for a spring time then, so we were staying at the chateau. And it snowed overnight down there. So we overlooked some in the gardens and that. And I got bored because I looked for one in the park. And so we were still there. And I jumped into the space and I snowed because it's a bit hard. It jumped out, so it was all perfect, so there was no joining up, so that was a life now. And so we all woke up, and she was in touch with the things and everything else. And so did all the other crew, until the guys came in now. And Laura was like, all the girls are going, oh, why can't you do that? So that was the one time I did start. going to say. Perfect. Yeah.
Got a few already with that.
Actually,
She's got a few scattered around.
nearly done with that in coffee. Yes. No, Jasper. Oh, you've got a girlfriend, yeah? So it's a ballerina. It's all swipe right shit, eh? None of them fucking nuts. Like the girls are most like my young fellas, he's like 24. He's actually what someone. But the girls are, they're all in the swings. Well, it's sort of those days. Shoulder, you know?
Legacy stuff.
If you want to, you know, you get older, that's all I want. I just want to make it fuck off. I just want to drink. Go fuck off. It's not really. Okay. Yeah.
I'll go change his names. Actually, yes. I'll be back in 2 minutes. I'll change things.
The wheels fall off.
This category, man.
Does it fall off? Why is it not? It's only in
Not going to rule that.
Who can you look like white nose something. You'll do. Just breathe 7 and 5. We'll call on you to breathe. Wonderful. How you find your system?
It's really good.
You got to say it anyway.
Just make the suggestions.
You're explaining my background because he's very smart. And I'm really ideal for it. And I've been waiting for you to call me. So I'm like, you can't put yourself on your own.
That's the problem with being visionary.
You're right.
I put this one for you. Shoot his head with it. You can have it. So you want to move that
I only judged like 2 prints once. I'm asserting my needs.
Can you guys please take a seat? We are shortly going to get underway with the portrait in camera digital entries. So if you were previously judging, please resume your position. And if you are not currently on the panel, take a seat. No, we're doing the rest of this category, but the digital entries. Thank you, judges. Can someone, if Paul hasn't already, can someone please announce this category? Tracy, can you? We're about to start up again. Can you let people know if they need to? Were you on before? Yeah, sit down. Christopher. Get out. Get out. Okay. Is everyone who is currently on the judging panel happy, cruising, feeling good? How long have you been on? Do you need a break? You okay? Awesome. Well, in uno momento, we'll be underway. I thought it was going to be now, but just need to wait for people to come back. We're almost there. Here we go. A caffeinated assistant panel. Do you want to do this? Or do you want me to? Okay. Sorry, I'm Jackie. You can do Jackie if you want.
Do I have to relog, Jace? It was Catherine with a C.
So we have, you'll notice, Emma, you now are in the system. Yeah, you found yourself? Great.
Yep.
Same with Lizzie. Russell, you still have to pretend to be someone else. It doesn't really matter who it is.
I'm going with Catherine with a C.
Oh, you could be floating. Yes. Would you like to be floating now that Lizzie's got a personality?
Well, communicating with the missus. You told me in. Oh.
You want to be floating?
Whatever you want, mate.
Can you be floating, please? It means choose floating from the list.
Oh, I see, floating. So I'm not Catherine any longer?
I can see that happening.
Like I said, I'll be whatever you want.
Okay. Christopher. All right. So I don't actually know how this works. I guess you need to press that one as well because that advances the print. Oh, it's gone to sleep. It's gone to sleep. Oh, shit. It's not full screen. I don't know. Nope. Tracy, how do we make that full screen? What software is it? I don't have a mouse. I'm trying to do it with keyboard shortcuts. I tried F. It's not Lightroom Classic. It's the other Lightroom. Oh yes, I did it. Okay. Is everybody ready? First image, please. Uh-oh. There's a little keyboard sign. Is it connected again? I think it disconnected the keyboard for a moment. Hey, look, we have an image to judge. Judges, be judging. Apologies to everyone on the live stream listening to this gong show. Promise we know what we're doing when it counts. Thank you, judges. And we have a score of 74. That is a high professional standard. I'd love some feedback for the photographer. Lizzie, you're looking at me like you've got something to say.
A wonderful, bright image of this horse with its ears pricked forward, and I would have liked to have seen just a wider crop, a little bit more to the left on what it's, give a little bit more space in it looking out that way.
Thanks very much. Next image, please. Print scores 70. Professional standard. Can I have a comment for the photographer, please, Catherine?
Yeah, there's a lovely moment in there between the couple and their faces. It's just being lost a little bit with the foreground elements being so dominant. The horizon line is crooked as well, so just feels a little bit off kilter. But yeah, sort of honing a little bit more on the moment between them would be wonderful.
Thanks very much. I'm going to just do a quick judge swap, get a good rhythm going through. Can we get you to take a break. And Richard, we haven't had you on the panel for a wee while. Can we get you back into the game? Thanks, mate. Should be able to find yourself there. All right, next image, please. Thank you, judges. Have an initial score of 79. Thought you might, Catherine.
I gave this 88. Beautiful liquid feel to this, a lot of depth through the movement. It's hard to understand what's going on, and I don't think that you need to. You can see the body parts. You can see it's a study of movement. The background having some shapes over it, it adds an element of depth and mystery to it. The luminosity and the colours adds a real richness to it. Just in terms of direction that your eye travels around this, you're up that leg, up and across around that top movement and then back down. So you're flowing all the way through this image, and it has a real innovation to it as well.
Russell, going to come to you.
It didn't work for me the same way. Yes, all those things flow and everything, but how it's morphed into those shapes right smack in the middle of that crimson is a very sort of awkward shape to me, given that I want it to flow and not necessarily a feminine thing, but just a flowing thing. And I find that shape really quite awkward in the middle of all that, where the rest of it does actually flow, like you say, Catherine. But I find that my eye just goes there, and I don't know what to think of that, other than not really like it very much.
See, looking at me, got
Yeah.
something to say?
I enjoy the movement and that subtle contrast between the pink and those really the greens and the thing. The thing that I couldn't get past was just how I'm looking around, my eyes floating around. I keep going to the leg and the knee, and it's quite dominating at that bottom half. Or maybe if there was something in the top half that drew the eye a little bit more, would have brought my score up.
Thanks, Lizzie. Come back to you, Catherine.
Yeah, it's currently on 79, so, it'd be nice to see it squeak up a little bit. Just in terms of the morphing, if we're looking for beauty, this is not necessarily about beauty. It's a study of movement, its strength, that leg in the front, that's the strength coming through, so it's a combination of strength and grace. And then I can see some other, almost facial-like elements in the crimson fabric that sort of draw it all together. Be nice to see it squeak up a little bit.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. Currently sitting on 79. Catherine wants it to squeak up a little bit. Let's see if it does. We've got an 81, silver. Can we have the next image? Thank you, judges. Pretty consistent scoring there for a 77 bronze. I'd love to have a comment, please. Yeah, Lizzie, go on.
Lovely lighting to bring out that expression on little bunny rabbit's face. I feel like a tighter crop would have helped the photographer make that more prominent in the image, and also the focus is a little bit more on the edge of the bowl in the front rather than the rabbit's eyes.
Thank you, Lizzie. Can we have the next image, please? We have an average of 74. It's a professional standard. Thank you, judges. Can I get a comment from down this end this time? Richard, maybe?
Look, yeah, it's a good high standard of professional work, and well done on capturing those two souls, looking at the camera and keeping that sharpness throughout the the face. Technically, it's done well.
Thanks, Richard. Next image, please. Thank you, judges. Print scores 77. It's looking at me. You want to challenge it?
Yeah.
You can.
Yeah, I just wanted to. I thought this was a sweet story. I'm guessing he's the wee gingerbread man. I thought they'd handled this really well. The lighting, maybe his left hand's a little light, but the rest of it's a really sweet story. And for an in-camera capture, I thought it deserved I'd put it at 80. Yeah.
Thanks, Emma. Russell, you're at the other end of this.
Yep. I scored it a professional standard. I think it's just the contrivance of it. It's just totally contrived. There's nothing sort of organic about it. Everything's just been placed. I sort of semi-guess at the story, but it's just too trite. It's just too contrived for me. It's just there's no believability, and the lighting's quite flat. It's other than a collection of items and the suggestion of gingerbread something or others. That's it.
Lizzie, at the average?
Yeah, I scored a 77. I'm with Russell on that, with the being quite contrived. I think in order to go up with the scoring levels, I would have liked to have seen something a little bit more dynamic the baby's doing, to go along with the story, like maybe like food coma, hands out, just a little bit more dynamic feeling from it. And also the tray on the right hand side is very heavy and really drags my eye over to the right hand side.
Thanks, Lizzie. Back to you, Emma. Right of reply?
Yeah, no, take all that on. I just kind of liked it for the quirky kind of even though it was contrived, I thought it was just a sort of take on it. It was meant to be contrived. It's not, you know, there's no flower on the baby or anything. It's, yeah, but I hear what everyone's saying. Thanks.
Cool. Thanks, judges. Please rescore. Currently on 77, which is a solid bronze. We'll see. It stays at 77, which is a bronze. Next image, thank you. Someone's score has not come through. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Print scores 77. There's a bronze award. I'll have a comment for the author, Catherine? Maybe someone else? Yeah? Anyone itching too? Come on, guys.
I'll comment then. No. I was looking for something more from the expression. There's elements that I really wanted to love further in this, but I'm looking for some more connection and expression from the subjects within this, which would have lifted it higher.
Thanks, Catherine. I'm going to do a judge swap. Thank you, Emma. Do you want to take a break? And Catherine Kadenak will welcome you back to the panel. And Russell Hamlet, thank you. Can we have Tony Carter in, please? And if you are ready to roll, we'll have the next image, please. Okay, that print scores a 70, which is high professional standard. I'd love some feedback. Oh, either one of you two? Yeah, either one. Yeah.
There's a big fight between the subject and the background, so just sort of creating some order in the composition, potentially a different choice of lens for some compression may have created some separation in there.
Thanks very much. Can we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. We have a 70 in high professional standard. Can I have a comment from Catherine with a C this time?
Sure, this is a beautiful, gentle image. I feel like it could have been strengthened perhaps with a little more connection with the horse. I feel the subject looks a little bit bored. Also, the cropping, there's a little bit too much space at the bottom and not quite enough at the top.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, print scores 77. Catherine or Lizzie both have an option to challenge. Yeah, Catherine, I think you got your hand up just in first.
Yeah, I popped this in at 81 at a silver, and I put it there because this takes me straight to being a child playing in the sprinkler in summer and the pure joy that this gives. And then the extra element really is the play of shapes with the drops of water, and then the sparkle on her bathing costume. And then up to her face, and then, you know, in terms of handling, some quite bright highlight in there, but it still works, it still balances because of all the light that we've got coming through the water. And there's a lot going on, but we don't lose the expression of joy.
One of the blokes at this end talk about the lower end of the scoring range. Go on, Tony.
Yeah, I'm on 74, and I sort of found it a bit of a salt on my eyes, really. And what I mean by that is the over-treatment of the image, the sharpening, you know, turning the water into something that's harsher, really, to my liking. And I suppose really the centre focus of this, which is really just bringing the highlights in the face into the centre point of the image. So compositionally, I sort of found it weak, and I scored it in at 74, and I'm probably obviously a bit light. So I'll come up, but I sort of find, yeah, the over-treatment of it, in my eyes, it's far too harsh.
Catherine with a C at the average there.
I gave this a 78, and I'm actually going to come up into a low silver. For me, that treatment of the water and the sharpness actually differentiates this from other water play images, in that we're not just looking at a few splashes, we're looking at an absolute wall of water, and that's really brought out by the treatment. Also, the bathing costume is reminiscent of a mermaid, which is adding to the story of this for me, and there's just such pure joy. I think it's been well handled, and I'm coming up to low silver.
Back to K, Catherine, and write a reply.
Beautifully said, Catherine. Just in terms of the treatment as well, there is still a lot of softness through the skin in her face. So we're not sort of seeing that fight where it may have been over-sharpened. We're seeing a softness through her face. The central nature of this is because she's lost in her own world, and she's the protagonist of this story, which is, you know, a joy, a childhood summer in joy.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. Currently sitting at 77, which is a strong bronze. And we get an 80 silver. Great chat. Next print, please. Next image, please. very consistent scoring. Print scores 73, which is a high professional standard. Can I have a comment for the photographer, please? Lizzie, was that you? Yeah.
Just a subtle change in lighting direction. Maybe the face pointed just a little bit more to the image's left. The light is shining directly on the eye whites, which is quite distracting from getting the emotion from the image.
Thank you. Next photograph, please. Print scores an average of 74. Pretty consistent there, team. Would someone like to give the photographer some feedback? Richard?
I thought it was stylistically it was really lovely and well done with the lighting on both sides there. A little bit of separation lost near the bottom and with the two legs. Yeah.
Thank you. Next photograph, please. Thank you, judges. If we can have some scores, please. Print scores 80. That is a silver award. I have a comment from Tony. You looked at it for the longest.
I think that the concept, conceptually, it's a really, a really good idea. If I was going to criticise anything, it's probably just the whiteness of the background against their clothing is sort of a little bit overpowering. But yeah, so it's just not sort of held together that well. But yeah, great concept.
Thanks, Tony. Can we please have the next photograph? Thank you, judges. Good, pretty consistent there. Print score 75, which is a bronze award. Looking down the far end there this time. Anyone keen to chat? Yeah, Lizzie, yeah.
Yeah, a lovely intense look there that gotten from the subject. Nice lighting on the face. Just watch your, with the hands, we've got one with a thumb cut off and it making the image feel a little bit more unbalanced, and also the just watch not over sharpening the textures in the face.
Thank you. Can we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. We've got a 78. Yeah. Go on, Tony, have a challenge.
Yeah, I scored an 82, so not a lot higher than the average, but I think there is enough of a story here between a country person who's living in a certain way, man of the land, against a new age city guy. People that live in places like what Russell lives. So I can see the the story between the different lifestyles of people, and I think that the quality of the images is very good, and the gaze is perfect for this. Probably what put me off scoring it higher is the different levels of the people, as far as their body sizing and the not being completely in line with that, but I think there's enough of a story there that you can understand that brings it up into a silver.
Thanks, Tony. I'll come to you in a sec, Lizzie, but I'd like to talk to Richard probably first.
Yeah. I gave this a 74. I put this as quite a high professional standard, not quite into the bronze realm. Reason being, I understand the contrast you're talking about, Tony, but I see them as just confusingly two very different characters, and the way that one's a soccer player, but he's holding a drink of some sort in a thermos, and you've got your fisherman on the other side. But yeah, the crop and the level at which the photographer seems to have also taken the photo at, he's quite low, with the football player on the left, and he's shot a bit, seems like it's a bit higher for the guy on the right, and the crop's different. More tension around the head of the guy on the left. It's not coming together as a set well enough for me to start bringing it into an award category.
Thanks, Richard. Lizzie, do you want to give some support there?
Yeah, I scored this in 80 in the silvers, so I really appreciate the way that it's been organically post-processed with the if you go in really closely there, you can see all, with the beautiful lighting that they've used, you can see all the textures and slight imperfections in the fabrics and in the skin, and I kind of look at it as like two hunter-gatherers that have been sent out to bring their family home some food, but then one's been sent out to get some crayfish and the other one's been sent out to get a coffee, so they live in completely different, same kind of guys, but live in different environments, maybe one in town, one in the country, but still the same hunter-gatherer.
Thanks, Lizzie. I think it's back to you, Tony, to bring this one home.
Yes. I think the body language is probably what really gets me with this, and that is the person on the left with that limp arm, and just that whole sort of sad feel, and whereas the guy on the right, he's wider open, wider shouldered. You're feeling his strength, man of the land, against somebody who looks like he's just getting through life really, with his limp body. And his expression. So that's what I see, and that's what's got it over the line for a silver for me.
Thank you, judges. Can you please rescore this photograph, and we'll see if Tony can get it over the line for anyone else. And he does. It's an 80 for silver. Can we do a little judge switcheroo again? Lizzie, thank you very much. Take a break. Sarah Lee, do you want to jump in there? Catherine with a K, thank you very much. Do you want to take a break? You don't want to take a break?
Not really.
We'll get you back in no time, I'm sure. Joe, do you want to jump in? We've got to give everyone a turn. All right. If you guys are ready to rock and roll, we will have the next image, please. Okay, we have a 75. That's a bronze award. I'd love a bit of feedback for the photographer. Yeah, Richard, go for it.
It does have a sort of lovely effect to it, sort of reminiscent of a Jill Greenberg for me, but I'm just a little bit unsure about the expression. To me, it looks like he's about to give you a nip. Yeah.
Thank you. Can we have the next image, please? We have a 74. That is a high professional standard. Can I hear a bit of feedback from one of our new to the panel judges? Yeah, Joe?
Gorgeous expression. I think it's a bit let down by that catchlight in the left eye sort of coming across his pupil. It's quite distracting. And also the white part of his fur is quite bright. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Let's go for the next image. Okay, we've got a 75. That's a bronze award. Good consistency across the board. Joe again, giving me the nod. Go on.
Yep. I love the palette. I think this could have been improved by the baby's skin is a bit over softened, and the crop, I think it would have been more pleasing if it had been horizontal. And the other thing is she's a bit static. We're not really getting much back from her other than she looks a bit sort of frozen.
Thank you. Can we have the next photograph, please? Okay, we have a 76 bronze award. Guys are in the zone with each other now. Can I please have some feedback, Catherine Kadanak?
Yeah, I think this is a very well handled, simple portrait, beautiful depth of field there. I think for me there were just a few little things blocking me from really connecting with this wee girl. Obviously there's the hair over the eyes and the hand to the face, but then those are fine, but then also just the eyes not quite connecting with the camera. That perhaps I would have got a bit more drawn in had those things not been there, but it's lovely.
Thanks, Catherine. Let's go to the next image, please. Oh, we have a warning. Hang on. Oh, I went to one click too far. All right, now you can go. Okay, we have an 81, which is a silver award. Tony's first off the mark for the challenge.
No, you can go.
Oh. All right, then I will.
Sort it out amongst yourselves.
Okay, I gave this an 86, silver with distinction. What an achievement. This is a dog on an absolute mission, like that insanity, like crazed look on its face. It's just like coming right at you. There's so much information, even though this is such a simple image. We've got obviously what the dog is wearing and the little shoes, you know, and the harness around it. This is a dog that's working, and we have all the information about where it's working, and it's just so into it. Those eyes looking right at you, there's the connection of the colour of the eyes even with the harness, and just it's pin sharp. This dog is coming directly towards the camera in massive motion. Yeah, there's so much in an extremely simple, clean image, and I think it's really strong.
Thank you, Catherine. Joe wasn't quite in the same range.
I actually gave it a 75, and I may have been a bit stoogy, so I am listening. I don't actually find it to be sharp. I think the eyes are a little off, actually. Not too surprising, probably, given the speed that he's going. Yeah, I guess I just felt like, I don't know, it just didn't resonate so much for me. But I am listening.
Okay. So close to, or bang on the average. Richard, you're right there. Where it landed?
Yeah, look, I love the red boots, and the intensity of you know the expression on that dog's face. Look out, here I come. But I scored it at 81. I didn't go into distinction because of his butt's sharp, but the face seems a bit soft. Incredibly hard thing to get pinpoint, but still we're judging the image.
Sure. Okay. No, you go on.
I'm
Don't
on
give it a
86
support.
with Catherine. the sharpness might be out a fraction, but the energy of this, and just that face, and just the whole brightness, how bright and breezy it is, and you just really feel that cold air, don't you, really? And I love that tail sort of flicking up the back, which is sort of following through a line with the back right leg as we look at it. I just find it, it's just something that is just so powerful. So I still feel, even with its slightly out of focus slightly, that it's still a good civil with distinction.
Thanks, Tony. Back to Catherine.
Yes, I haven't really heard many negatives here. Some people are feeling the intensity of the dog less than others, but the only thing that's really come up here is the eyes. I've gone back and had another look. Maybe they're not quite as sharp as I first thought they were, but they're not soft. You still got all the connection you need with this dog. I feel like this is a really memorable, simple image, and it needs rewarding. Just silver distinction will be lovely. Thank you.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore this photograph. Currently on 81. Catherine wants a few more points for it. Let's see what happens. 85, silver with distinction. Very cool. Can we move to the next photograph, please? Thank you, judges. Print starts at 76. And it stays at 76. That is bronze award. Bit of constructive feedback, Sarah Lee.
This is a really interesting image. Obviously, there's the natural elements between the bird and the egg, and then the man-made elements between the rusty apparatus and then the woven fabric. I think it's very static, though, so perhaps a little bit more of a expression or interaction between the birds and the eggs would have brought more to it, and the choice of a black backdrop is very dark and it makes everything look very placed. So perhaps addressing the backdrop.
Thank you. Let's have the next photograph. Thank you, judges. Print scores 79. Two of you in another award range there. Joe, go for it.
I scored this one an 83. I just find her to be really arresting. Her gaze, I love the tones in her skin. She's possibly a little overworked, but there's something quite delicious about the silveriness of her. It's sort of adding to the feeling of age. yeah, there's something almost Madonna-ish or beatific about her. I don't know what it is. It's just very arresting. It just really draws me in, and I just love all the tones throughout the environmental portrait. I encourage you to come up.
Catherine, oh, Tony's keen, but Catherine I'd go to first, if I could.
I think she's a beautiful woman. I'm not feeling the same engagement in expression, connection with her face. She looks fairly bland in the expression to me. I think she's a little bit bright and, as you say, a little bit overworked, a little bit over-sharpened. There's a hint of a story here with her holding up this image that might be her as a younger person, but I just not feeling that connection with the gaze, also just looking at that little toe touching the bottom of the frame. So I gave this a 76. I'm happy to see it in bronze, but would need to hear more to take it to silver.
Thanks, Catherine. Tony, you were indicating you wanted to put your hand up?
Oh, I thought it might have been the last. I'm on 77, and I think it sits comfortably there because it has been overworked, and to me it sort of feels more like it's all about the lens really and the distortion of that knee pointing towards, so it sort of feels very wide, and I don't think it's that flattering. If it was more engaging, you probably wouldn't look at those things first for me, but yeah, it's just too overworked for such a great subject.
Thanks, Tony. You did have a bit of support from Sarah Lee. Did you want to have a quick comment before we go back to Joe? No. Happy? Yeah.
Well, it's sitting at 79, so we have to rejudge it anyway, guys. So take another look at her face. For me, when I look at the face, I don't really see a whole lot else going on around her because that face just draws me in. Just one more point, so we need.
Okay. Let's rescore the image, please, judges. Joe would like just one more point. She didn't get it yet. You'll have one more chance, though. This is still on a 79. We'll do the review. 79 or 80. Please choose either 79 or 80. Does it stay in bronze? It does stay in bronze. There's a 79. Bronze award. Let's have the next image. Just waiting on one, Tony.
Sorry.
That is a 73. It's high professional standard. Happy with it there. So can I please have some... Yeah, Tony, you want to give us the feedback?
I think the treatment and the lighting on these is superb, and it's been handled very well. I find that the centre image is not strong enough to support the outside images, and with the centre image, it's about the expression, but yet we're seeing a 3/4 length shot, so it's just not quite tying in well enough.
Okay, thank you. We're going to do a little judge switchy. Tony, you can take a break now, actually, not because of what you just said or anything. Craig, do you want to jump in? And Richard, you can also take a break. And Christopher, you can jump in. Bloke change. And once you have found yourselves, centered your chi.
I'm gone now, so should I be...
Oh, you are gone now. You can float it. You can be floating. We thought we lost you forever, so
Yeah.
you're dead to us now. Next image, please. Okay, pretty good consensus there. We have a 76 as a bronze award. I'd love a bit of feedback, please. One of our new chaps, Craig.
Yeah, I think really nice work on the toning through this. There's probably a little bit too much going on the bottom of the frame. I'd like to see a bit more of those tools in or gone completely. And I thought that it was a little bit too staged. I'd like to see a bit more organic posing.
Thank you. Let's have the next photograph. Maybe. There we go. Consistency. We have a 72. That is a high professional standard. I'd love to hear a little comment, Chris.
It's an accomplished PR shot. We've put it in the standard that says that it's a professionally shot photo. For the award, so we do just need something more. And more means maybe better placement within the frame because she is over on one side. Also, the lighting in the bottom corner of her blouse is equal to the lighting that's hitting her hair. So we're not telling a story with our lighting.
Thank you. Let's have the next photograph. Okay, print scores 74. That is a high professional standard. We'll take that. Can I have a comment from Catherine?
This is a lovely, gentle and simple shot. Quite a lot of mood with a bit of haze coming in from the right. I think it is very accomplished, but I also feel that I need more to take this into an award level. There's not a particularly strong connection between the couple. They are holding hands, and it's a gentle image, but it just needs more story or more something else to take it into the award level.
Thank you. Let's have the next photograph. Okay, print scores 78. Yeah, Catherine's going to challenge that.
Okay, I gave this 86, silver distinction. Obviously, this is an extremely simple image. That to me is its strength. There is a recognisable body here, but this photographer has managed in camera just to give us such a strong yin-yang graphic image. It's got a beautiful flow. It's been well controlled in the sense that they've really just lined up that little connection at the top and the bottom. It takes you absolutely edge to edge. It is very simple, but it's well handled, and I am awarding this for the innovation. I haven't seen this before, so 86.
Thanks, Catherine. We had Sarah Lee at the other end of the scale.
I gave this, sorry, stealing the microphone, yeah. I gave this image a 72. A silhouetted bodyscape is probably not as unique as I've seen it many times before. I do love the curves, however, when we get to the hip joint and then the straightness of the leg, a third of the image is dictated to that straight line, and although it goes from corner to corner, I feel the last portion of it, it's just a little too much weight on the leg when it is clearly about the baby and the maternity bump, etc. And for that reason, I think it's not as focused as a concept as it could be.
Yeah, Christopher.
I scored this 74. Where these images really have a bonus is where you have that mastery of a transition zone. So it's only maybe less than a centimetre running down that whole line. We actually feel flesh. You might feel a little bit of fibre or fluff from fur, hair, little hair follicles. That's when this image really works. You've got basically the hemisphere, but you've actually got a little bit of humanity in there too.
Thanks, Chris. I think I'm going to come back to Catherine to wrap up.
Thank you for that support, Christopher. Sarah Lee, I would be pretty concerned if you had a curve in that leg, in that, in terms of anatomy, legs are straight. And yeah, for me, that just brings you back to the humanity of this image, and it's a very real, simple image, but just so clever. I agree, I've seen silhouetted body shapes as well, but not done in this way. If you can't come up to silver distinction, at least give this a silver. It's so clean, so simple, so strong.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Failure to click. Stand by. Now you may re-enter your scores. Oh, sorry, rescore the image. And we have an 81 silver. Let's do a judge swap. All right, Catherine, after that wonderful effort, you can take a break. Furu, do you want to jump in? We need to put a fluoro tag on the corner of that TV.
Only the highest quality.
I think I did it the best though, didn't I? Out of everyone is that?
I think so, yeah. Gold. I give it gold. Yeah.
Can we rejudge it?
Okay, we're ready to go for the next photograph. Okay, we have a 77. That is a bronze award. Can I hear a bit of feedback from our newest panel member? Furu?
Interesting concept. in terms of improving the image, I think the lighting is a bit flat, perhaps from like a different angle, from the side lighting could add more depth and drama to the image.
Thank you. Can we have the next photo, please? Catherine just reminded me that the televisions have been provided generously by Panasonic. Thank you, Panasonic. They should make them softer. Print sits at 79. There are a couple of people in the next scoring range. Do you want to talk about it, or do you just want to review it straight away? Yeah, go on, Chris. Talk about it. You can challenge this.
This is one of those images that's midway between the newborn shoot and the next styling, which I guess is almost photojournalism. I love this because you choose when you press that shutter, and the look and expression is the one thing that you've captured supremely well here. The innocence and the sort of wonder in that child's eyes. It's like a little bit scared. You've caught that beautifully.
Great. Someone who wasn't in the silver range, Faru, perhaps?
Yeah, it's a very lovely, engaging image with the photographer with camera, and I really enjoyed the expression of the baby. I'm not sure the hand in the right is it looks a bit forced. It's not really look comfortable, and also I think the perhaps different cropping or different presentation could benefit the composition of the image.
Thank you. I will maybe find someone. There's a pretty narrow spread of scores. So yeah, Joe, if you want to make a quick comment, that'd be cool.
This is a very, very classic newborn photo that most good newborn photographers take regularly. It's very nicely done. I think it sits quite comfortably in bronze. Well done for getting it in camera. But yeah, I think it is a pretty common newborn image.
Thanks, guys. Chris, way to reply. Just put a lolly in your mouth.
Sorry.
Bad timing.
The reason I actually went ahead of the bronze category simply is because it's almost like an interpretation beyond what we normally expect, where there's earthy tones and warm wraps and plentiful colour and beautiful, gentle baby colours and skin tone. This is a black and white. It almost shows the human animal about us, how smaller animals are much more inquisitive than their parents. The idea of this expression back to the photographer, just wondering what is the photographer doing?
Cool. Thanks, team. Let's score this one again. Currently sitting on 79. See if we can nab at one more point. We cannot, so we shall review. 79 or 80, please. Make that decision once and for all. And it stays at 79. That is a strong bronze. Let's go to the next photograph, please. Thank you, Ian, for popping that safety tape on there. Just a note to everyone on site that it's just past 3 o'clock and the bar is now open. We have a 70, it's high professional standard. Someone have some constructive feedback for this photographer? Craig?
So I think that the posing is done quite well. I think the main issues I have with this are in the dappled lighting, and you've got some quite bright highlights on the thigh and some really deep shadows going through the middle of the chest there. So lighting improvement would really lift this up.
Thank you. Let's have a look at the next photograph.
And we have a score of 80. Can I get a comment for the photographer? Chris?
In the 1930s in Germany, August Sander was running around photographing professions he thought were fading into the background and disappearing. The image on the right is extremely reminiscent of that. Why you include that left image, I don't know. The right one is a success. It's actually a very high success.
Thank you for that. Next image, please. And we have a score of 72, high professional practice. Can I have a comment for the photographer, please? Craig?
I think the lighting here is really lovely and soft. I think just the pose is not particularly flattering on the model.
Thank you very much. And the next image, please. And we have a score of 73, high professional practice.
I'm happy to speak to it.
Oh, yes, please, Jo. A comment for the maker.
I loved this picture so much when I was sitting here. I was very excited to get up and have a look up close. And unfortunately, when you get in close on the shoulder, it looks like there's been some sort of oil filter applied and it's all mushed up all the hair. I don't know if you guys can see that, but that is probably, if you're not understanding our scores, that's probably what they're reflecting.
Thanks so
But the
much.
expression is exquisite.
Thank you, Jo. Next print, please. have a score of 77, Bronze Award. And would somebody like to make a comment for the photographer? No? Joe, thank you.
Gorgeous palette, and babies, it's got beautiful gentle lighting. I think these images are always improved if you can have the hands out, because otherwise it's quite impersonal of this particular baby. And I think that overall the cropping's just a bit too tight on the top and the bottom.
Thank you very much. Yeah, sure, Chris.
The one thing amazed me about this style of photography is that if the people who lit these babies so well went into adult portraiture, we'd all be out of business. They've just got skin tones and skin textures perfect.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Next image, please. And we have a score of 72. Craig?
I really love the pop of green in this from the frog. I just wasn't sure what the connection in the story was with the mousetrap, the string and the scissors, and the highlight on the bottom of the scissors is quite a distraction.
Thanks so much for that. Next image, please. Okay, and we have a score of 76, Bronze Award. Craig? Would you like to challenge?
Yeah, I would.
Yep.
Yeah, I scored this 82. I really enjoy the graininess and the grittiness and the texture of this. It feels almost voyeuristic with the character kind of half chopped off, but also very tight on the edge of that frame. And I just thought it was quite a clever piece of visual communication, so I gave it a silver.
Okay, can we hear from Joe, who's on the other end of the spectrum?
I definitely found it intriguing, and I am listening to what you say, Craig. I guess I just overall found it to be quite murky, and I wanted to see a little bit more of the person in the portrait, because it feels like it's more about the technique than the person at this point.
Thank you. Can we hear from Faru, please?
Yeah, I give it bronze because of exactly those reasons, murkiness and grainy, being grainy. I need coffee, I guess. And the dark mood of the image, it could be kind of self-portrait, could be not. But still, I think I really need to hear more reason to come up to silver.
Thanks for that, Faru. And back to you, Craig.
Okay. I actually really enjoy the murkiness of it. I think it goes with the grain and the kind of the voyeuristic nature of this, whether it's a self-portrait or just a slightly more mysterious image of somebody else, not the photographer. Yeah, so silver would be really nice.
Excellent. Craig's looking for a silver. We're currently on a 76. Please rescore. and we have a score of 79, Bronze Award, but we're going to need to go for a review, guys, so I will get you to pop in either 80 or 79. Let's see if we can get it there. And we do. It's 80, Silver Award. Okay, next image, please. Yep. And we have a score of 74. Pretty consistent judging there. Can I have a comment from Joe, please?
Sure. Gorgeous expression, and the photographer is clearly really engaged nicely with their subject. The choice of top and then the handling of it, unfortunately, is letting the whole image down because it is so bright and overexposed, and it's actually going towards blue in places. So just really watch things like that.
Thank you very much. We're just going to have a bit of a judge swap. We're going to take out Sarah Lee, have a break, and bring in Catherine Williams, please, Catherine with a K. And Joe, if you'd like to have a break, and we'll bring Michelle back in, please. Yeah. Floating?
That one floating.
No, you can't be floating because
To be somebody else.
you could be Catherine with a C.
Catherine with a C. Identity.
Okay. Next image, please. And we have a bronze award at 75. Can I please have a comment from Christopher, please, for the photographer?
Obviously, we all love our stylised photography because it shows that we've learned posing and lighting and things like that. It's just that sometimes there's a slight mismatch with the age group you're working with. I just think this is just a little bit overworked. And also, just as a clue, your background seems to give the impression of dust spots. It's obviously not, but it gives the impression. So think about that. Textures and things like that would break up what we see and perceive as dust spots on the background.
Thanks very much. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 81, silver award. And we'll have a challenge from Catherine, please.
Yeah, I scored this 88. There's just so much energy in this. I mean, the energy in the dog, every element of it, the ears, the tail, the sideways movement to the right, the uplift of the paws, all the texture in the sand, which is uplifting, so we get a real feel of the power. The shallow depth of field, which has been really well handled because we've got focus and we've got sharpness exactly where we need it to be. All the water droplets, the creamy palette, which works all the way throughout. The placement of the water behind, which gives us a sense of place, but without dominating it. Just such energy and playfulness and dynamic feel to it.
Thank you. And Faru, you're sitting on 75.
Yeah, Catherine, it's such a joyful and energetic image, and even the color palette is quiet, soft, creamy, lovely. The thing held me back to not come up is exactly the line of the wave. The ocean is the water is very bright and just pass from top of the dog's head, and it's just really distracting because it's bright and it's not really helped the composition of the image. But I'm listening.
Excellent. Craig?
I really enjoy this one. I scored at 83. Catherine, I will come up to silver distinction with you. I really love the energy in this. The dog is on the upstroke, its front paws are up, so that's always more dynamic for action. I love that the negative space is in the direction the dog is looking. I actually would have probably taken it higher again if there wasn't such a bright highlight on the head and that horizon line wasn't exactly at the level of the ears. So a slightly different angle shooting this would have made it even better. But I think silver with distinction, I'm definitely going to come up there.
Excellent. Anybody else? Back to Catherine.
Yeah, just so much energy, and then the shapes and that paw, and then the tail brings us back down into the shot. So much texture throughout, and just technically, beautifully handled where that sharpness and energy and depth is there.
Excellent. We're currently on 81. Catherine's looking for a silver distinction. Please rescore. And we have a solid silver at 83. And next image, please. And we have a score of 77, bronze award. Can I get a comment from Craig, please?
Yeah, I love the two sides of this personality. I think that's really fantastic. A couple of things maybe to take it a bit further. I think the lighting is a little bit bright on the left-hand side image. If they were facing into each other as well in both sides, I think that would be really nice too.
Excellent. Next image, please. we've got a 77 bronze award. Can I have a comment from Michelle, please?
I really like this image, and there's obviously a connection between the horse and its rider. Just watch how close you kind of crop the top. We're losing a little, it's a little bit tight for me. You either need to go really tight or give yourself a little bit more room.
Thanks for that. Next image, please. We have a score of 72, high professional practice. Craig, could you please make a comment for the maker?
Yep, really nice work on the blacks. It's nice and glossy and shiny, but it's so important with animals that you get down to their eye level. This is just a little bit too high and you're losing the eye contact at this angle.
Thank you. Next image, please. And we have a score of 74. Can I have a comment from Faru, please?
Yeah, the expression is very well captured. The wind in her hair is beautifully captured as well. Perhaps the lighting. The lighting is a bit harsh at the background and in her face. Perhaps different time of the day can benefit the image.
Okay, we're just going to do a bit of a judge change. Faru, can you step off and we'll bring back Lizzie, please? And Craig, take a break and we'll bring back Richard, please. Next image, please. And we have a score of 82, silver award. Anybody would like to challenge? Yep, Catherine, please go for it.
Yeah, so I was in the next scoring range at 86. Yeah, just so much feeling in this. There's just sort of there's an energy, but there's a peace. There's a grace to it. There's the sort of movement that sweeps up through the neckline, the looking up at the underside of the chin and the neck, and having that so dominant in it is quite unusual. But that gives a feeling of sort of power and awayness, like there's an away with the fairy sort of feel to it. There's a beautiful glint in the subject's eye, which just sort of aids that feeling. And then just sweeping around, there's this sort of, the circular crop and the circular design of where your eye flows around it is all sort of mirrored through, and then this gentle, soft handling is very well controlled as well. So yeah, I'd love to see it in the next scoring range.
Excellent. Can we hear from Lizzie, please? You are in the silver range at 80.
Yeah, I scored this in the silver range, but I'm definitely listening, Catherine. When I walked up there, you do get that, does provoke that emotional response with that lovely ethereal softness, and just the shapes. And yeah, the only thing that kind of held me back is that line that goes from the nose, the highlight. Yeah, but I'm definitely listening.
Thank you. Christopher.
It's so reminiscent of pictorialism, where focus is absolutely subjective. We've got a delightful highlight in the eye to just make sure that we're fixing on the right spot, but there's actually, by the time the focus gets to the ear through the gauze, it's actually moving, so there's a beautiful feeling of homoeroticness in this photo. This man's a very attractive human being in this photo. He's in character in this photo, and I really think it should be a silver distinction.
Excellent. Anybody else? Back to you, Catherine.
I've heard a lot of positive things about it, so yeah, I'll probably just leave it there and encourage you to go up.
Excellent. And we have a silver with distinction, 85. Next image, please. And we have a score of 73, high professional practice. Can I have a comment from Richard, please?
Yeah, look, it's a lovely little play on light and that sort of dappled effect, I'm guessing, through trees or leaves. There's a bit of weight at the bottom, and I would probably bring your exposure down a little bit for where that light is hitting the face. It's a little bit too bright.
Thank you so much for that. And we're going to just do a judge change. Christopher, I'll get you to take a break, and we'll bring back Tony, please. All right, next image, please. And we have a bronze award at 75. And can I get a comment from Lizzie, please?
Wonderful control of the lighting. One thing that kind of stopped me from going up higher was just the foot sticking out. I wanted to see a little bit more softness with the posing because there's such a lovely soft expression on her face, but then it's kind of lost with the heavy foot sticking out.
Excellent, thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a bronze award at 77. And Tony, would you like to challenge that?
Yeah, I'm on 86. I mean, you look at the category and the capture on this. You know, it's quite phenomenal, really. The linear nature right up through the centre there, with the posing, and how you sort of pulled right down, and just that arrow pointing towards you. It's just all of these lines, these graphic lines that was really graphic in nature, but you still sort of pulled to the centre with the girl before your eye runs around the rest of the image. So it's got a lot of elements in there that shouldn't really work, but to my mind, her legs just over the top of that arrow are perfectly placed. I think the lighting on her, you know, is handled very well. Probably that little bit of hair over her face I don't like, but I've forgiven it. And, you know, I think all the elements come together for something that's quite clever.
Okay, can I hear from Lizzie? You're right down there in 70s, so...
Yeah, I scored this a 70. I will come up a little bit, just, you know, the technical aspect of using that movement and now just see the arrow. I think that really held it back were those lines in her placement in the image with the two lines from the front. It's quite heavy weighted to the top right hand corner. I keep looking up there, and also it's quite harsh lighting on her face, which is drawing me away from her face and more down towards her shoes.
Okay. Catherine?
Yeah, I was a 76, and it was probably the graphic design I think is extremely effective in this. The colour is probably fighting the design a bit, but it is the lines that really make it. The two lines on the top coming down to the arrow, and then the line on the right hand side. But probably what is bringing me up is actually a feeling of this is sort of a wild time of life. That youthfulness and that hair across the face probably adds to that youthful, slightly wild feel, just like the legs do as well. That is just feels like a fleeting moment in time of this youthful life.
Thank you. Anybody else? Back to you, Tony.
I think it's been said, really. I don't hear too many real complaints about the technical side of it. If we could just get it over into saw, would be nice. Thank you.
All right. I'll get you to rescore, please, judges. And we have a silver at 80. Next image, please. And we have an initial score of 84. And we have a keen challenger here. There you go, Tony.
Yeah, 92. Yeah, get real, guys, because this is real. I mean, just look at it. You can feel the man's health by his stance, his body language. The cat exiting the scene, the ginger cat with the different layers of green. Look at his top. Look at the lines in his top. Look at the different lines in the building. This took about 3 seconds to get a 92. It's got all the graphics of the house, the age of the house, the age of the man. All the elements are there. The thing that I don't like about this is seeing it so big. And I know we're not meant to say it would look great printed, but this is a banging image. It's looking quite big now, so it's sort of hard to get your eyes around the graphics. But everything in this is perfect. It's honest. It's real. It tells a story about this man's life. Gold.
All right, let's hear from Michelle. You're sitting down the other end at 78.
Yeah, I scored it at 78. He just looks like, I'm totally listening to you, Tony. That's all good. But to me, he doesn't look that engaged with what's going on. It's just like, and more the placement of that hand, it's like, it's really sticking to him. But I am listening, and the more you talk about it, I can see what you're talking about with the lines on his shirt and the top. And it's, yeah, keep on talking.
Lizzie, I can see you're pretty keen.
Yeah, I scored this initially at an 83, but I'm definitely coming up. It's one of those images where you just got to kind of sit with for a little while and keep looking. And for me, that cat on the right hand there, taking that leap of freedom, and then him standing back on his porch, feeling stuck. That, you know, his house is his castle, but he feels cemented there. And then there's this cat who has all that freedom stepping off the porch. And yeah, and you really feel it when you stop and you look at it more, and his expression on his face even adds to that. So yeah, I think I'm with you, Tony.
Excellent. Richard, do you have something to say?
Yeah, I was on 82, silver. And for me, I think a lot of it is, sorry, I'm not on the microphone. A lot of it for me is definitely that graphic design element, that beautiful hint of orange, just finishing it off there on the right. I think I didn't come higher than that because I was needing more of connection to the image, but listening to you guys, you've given me a little bit of that. I do love the way that I actually saw the pattern on the jersey reflected in the step as well. But yeah, some good points been made.
Wonderful. Catherine?
Yeah, I was a timid 86. The fabulous ruddiness of his face, just the engagement. For me, that I see a forlorn forlorn sort of look in his face, and to me that is the engagement. It feels like his sense of self is having to be propped up, and yeah, the cat coming out of frame just really adds to that. Texturally, I didn't notice the jumper, but now I see that. I see how the interplay of all those textures and lines is making it more successful as a graphic piece. I'll be coming up.
Thank you. And Tony's dying to get back into it. Here we go.
You know, with the poles separating the image and breaking it up into thirds almost in a way. If you want to go there, I don't generally want to. But yeah, it's one of those images that is about the everyday, but you can see so many aspects of this man's life in this image. I mean, he's needing that pole to hold him up, and the pose is awkward because he's feeling awkward in his life and where he's at with his health. That's what I see. And also, when your eye runs around this house, you see the love this man has had for his property. You can see. Everybody knows an old person who goes around and he paints everything and fills in his days, you know, in suburbia, in boring old suburbia. You know, this man, you could just about hear, you know, horse racing on the radio inside, can't you? It's one of those images that you can relate to. It's like an old grandparent or somebody you know. So this is just the everyday taken to a very high level. I'm on 92. I can't change my score, but you guys can go up a bit higher than that if you feel like it. Thank you.
All right. Well, we're currently sitting on an 84. Tony wants gold. Let's rescore, please. And you get it at 90. Congratulations. Okay. That's all right. Next image, please. Just off. And we have a silver award at 81. And Tony dives out the boxes again.
Yeah.
Go for it.
I'm on 86. Yeah, the styling of this image, the styling of the person, it almost feels like it should have a little perfume bottle in the bottom left-hand corner, because that's what it feels like it's advertising. A very classy shot of a classy woman, and like I say, it could be in the advertising world. The off-camber nature of her pose bothered me for a second, and then like, no, it actually adds to the dynamic feel of the image and gives it a bit of tension. You know, the lighting on her strong, beautiful jaw, on her cheeks, that perfect hair, the lighting on her hair, the lighting on her chest. It's like I say, it's like a beautiful advertising shot, and I think it's easy silver distinction.
Thank you. Catherine, you're on 78. What have you got to say?
The lighting on the chest and the shadowing through the chin, under the chin, sorry, I find quite, it disjoints the image for me. It disconnects her body and her hands and her gesture from her face. I see strength and elegance and grace and all these wonderful things in her face, and I just feel there's this disconnect. I do see, you know, there's some beautiful handling and tonality outside of that, but that was what was holding me back.
Okay, how about you, Michelle? You're there on 80.
I broke it. When to go? No. Thanks. I see the strength. I scored her 80. I do see the strength, and I do like what I see. I like the tonality all through the image, and you've almost got me over the line, Tony. You can just keep talking.
Richard?
Yeah, I think it's a beautiful image with a real commercial feel to it. I have to disagree about the chin. I actually like the chin. I think that face is really popping. It's beautifully lit. Yeah, strength, elegance. One thing that hasn't been brought up too much is shape. I really love the shape, the way she's leaning forward like that, and just that curve down the back of the, over the top of the head and down through the back of the neck with the hair. It's very, very. It's masterly done. So yeah, I think it does deserve a silver distinction.
Excellent. Anybody else? Back to you, Tony.
Just what Richard said, really. Let's get it there if we can.
Excellent. All right, we're on an 81. Let's rescore. And we're on 84. That's silver award. Yep, we're just going to shuffle up some judges. Catherine, could you take a break, please? And we'll bring back Emma. And Lizzie, could you also take a break? And we will bring back Catherine with a C.
Oh, Catherine, do you want to sit here? Because it's you. I've been impersonating you. No, impersonate Lizzie.
Just one.
All right, judge change and a chair change. Are we all ready? I'm ready. Let's go. Thank you, judges. Good even scoring for a 73, high professional standard. Can I get a bit of feedback, Catherine of the C?
Yeah, I think there's a certain power to this image with the sort of vortex effect that takes you straight into the subject. Unfortunately, you then head out, well, my eye heads out to the side of the frame, that bright highlight on the left. Also, her shoulder is very bright, just so a little bit of lack of control in the lighting there.
Thanks, Catherine. Here's your next image. Thank you, team. That is a 75, a bronze award. Pretty even there. I'd love a comment from Richard.
Yeah, it interested me what was going on, and one thing that pulled me quickly is just the light splashing on the jaw, on the top image and the back of the neck. It's just a little bit, it sort of pulls you a little bit, and not just its intensity, but the colour as well.
Thanks, Richard. And we will have the next image. Okay, and we have a 76 bronze award. Michelle, you got a comment for us?
I really enjoyed this image. It's a little bit different to what some of the things we've seen, and I like the layers in it. It's just, you just have to be a little bit careful with it.
Okay.
Oh, just when you look at the bottom, the light's burning in, and it's obviously an overlay in camera. And I would have liked to see his face just a teeny tiny bit more.
Thanks, Michelle. We'll have the next photograph, please. Initial score of 83. There's a challenge available for Catherine.
So I gave this 88. Really striking impact. As you first see it, you just kind of go, wow, you know, you want to get up there and have a look. What is this? It looks like a painting. No idea how the photographer achieved this, but it's so much like a painting. It's so intriguing, all that swirly action going on the right there. To be honest, I would have gone straight to gold had that figure been a little more more defined, more human. You know, I'm struggling to make sense of the silhouette of the figure, I guess. But everything else here, I would just really love to see this photographer awarded for really quite outstanding innovation. I don't know about you guys, but I've never seen anything like this before. I think it's beautiful. It's in camera, the colour palettes. They've created an artwork here, and so I'd love to talk about it a bit more.
Mr. Carter.
Yeah, I'm on 77. I'll come up into low silver. I recognise the location and how it's shot through stainless steel reflected at a beach. So I see that. I see the abstract, but I also see it being quite messy and not great form, a bit confusing. So I'll come up into low silver, but I don't think I can go any higher than that.
Have a little bit of support from Michelle in the
I scored
range.
in 86 as well. I just found it really interesting, and there's so much that the more you sit with it, the more you can see, and the more that you like or dislike, which is fine, but I really like it, and I will be going up a little bit tiny more.
Catherine, what a reply.
Yeah, it is confusing, and that's what I love about it. There's a lot going on, and yet I really feel there is a real cohesion here, that your eye flows around the image, that colour palette knits it all together beautifully, and you just see there's so much of interest here. You know, the reflected shadow of that figure is fascinating with the swirls there, and that's kind of echoed over to the right. Yeah, there's a lot going on, but innovative, creative, and cohesive, so very impressive. I'd love to see it silver distinction.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore this photograph. Let's see what happens. We have an 85, silver with distinction. We have the next photograph, please. Score is 73, high professional standard, and I would love a constructive comment, thank you, from, Richard, go on.
Look, this image, I feel this image has quite a bit of potential. There's this beautiful sort of oil painting feel to it amongst through the texture and that sort of thing. So it's just taken away by the edges when you pulled back into the reality of what it was. I think a tighter crop would really make this a much more interesting image.
Thanks, Richard. Tony, take a break. Craig, do you want to come and jump in Tony's place? And who are we going to pretend you are? Is anyone floating now? No one's floating now. You can float. Wonderful. Let's have the next photograph. I have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Nice even scoring. Catherine, a comment?
Yeah, I thought this was elevated into an award level by the interesting use of all the triangles, not only obviously in the arms, but and the stool beneath her, but then even in what she's wearing. To strengthen it even further, I think maybe darken down the elbows a lot. They really fight for my attention and take it away from the face. The face is getting a little bit lost there. But yeah, well done.
Thank you. Next image, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 75. It's a bronze award. Craig, go on.
Really great connection and expression. Really like the depth with the foreground blur as well. I would really like to have seen a little bit more detail on the highlights on the nose and a little bit more richer tones in the blacks.
Thank you. I don't mean to always ask you for the dog photo comments, but you do so well. Let's have the next image. And we have an average of 76 at this point. Catherine's going to challenge that.
Yeah, I gave this 82. I'd love to see this have silver. I had an emotional reaction to this image. It made me laugh. I feel very engaged with this dog, and I just keep coming back to that eye with the little sliver of the white over it, just giving it that crazed look. It's probably trying to go for a treat or something. So it's a simple image, but it's got all the expression and engagement. The nose obviously isn't sharp, but then you come down to the mouth, which is so much of a story, and that is again sharp. The eyes are pin sharp. Yeah, just really drawn in by this, and I'd love to hear what other people think.
Craig is firmly at the other end.
Hey, did you say?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I gave this a 68. I do see some character in here. I believe that it is probably trying to catch a treat, which I would actually like to see in the image. But really, the reasons that I kept it at that score was that I don't think the eyes are sharp. I think the focus has fallen on the back of the hair on the head there, and the tear staining and the brightness of that around the mouth is a little bit distracting.
Okay. You've got a little bit of support, Catherine, with Emma and the silver range as well. Want to talk to us about that, Emma?
Yeah, I had a similar reaction to Catherine. The sort of emotive, the joy, the happiness, sort of the craze of this dog, and obviously trying to catch a treat. But I thought the eyes were sharp. I can't quite see that they're not. But yeah, just what was holding me back was probably the nose just not being sharp. But yeah, a lovely image.
Catherine?
Just to say that the eyes are sharp enough for me, and as I said, I don't need the nose to be sharp. It's such an engaging little Harry McCleary character. It's a memorable image. He's a messy, or she is a messy little dog, so that tea staining and the sort of chaos and all the hair sprouting everywhere is all part of the story and the energy of the shot. So I'd love to see this have a few more points, thanks.
All right, let's score it again. See if you can have any success there, Catherine. Well, we're going to have a review now because we've landed on 79 on the cusp. Please now enter a score of either 79 or 80. Is it a bronze? Is it a silver? We end up with silver at 80. I'm going to do a judge swap, am I? Yeah, I am. Catherine, thank you. Take a break. And Joe, do you want to jump in to the hot seat? All right. Can we have the next image, please? Good consistent judging there. We have a 77 bronze award. Some feedback for the photographer, Craig? Yeah.
I think this is a really great leading lines into the subject here. You've handled the dynamic range of the tones quite well from those bright highlights. The horizon I don't think is exactly level though.
Okay. Next image, please. Okay, we have an average of 74, high professional standard, and I'd love some feedback. Sure.
I really like the palette of this photo. Unfortunately though, she just feels quite awkward. The expression on her face doesn't really go with the pose of her body, and there's lots of little bits of her body that are sort of missing or slightly hidden, like one of her fingers in her hair and just the way her front foot is. It's just, the whole thing's not very cohesive.
Thank you. Can we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. Uh, 75, bronze award. Michelle, have you got a comment for us?
I really like this image. It made me smile and took you back to having fun in the water and all this, that sort of thing. It would have probably been a little bit better even if we could have seen her face to see how much fun she was actually having.
Cool. Thank you. Next image, please. Yeah. Just take a break. Christopher, can you jump on there? Thank you, judges. Take the empty seat. If you switch your name before you score, I mean, you don't have to, it's okay either way, I suppose. Print scores 82, which gives a challenge there available for Craig.
So I scored this 88, silver with distinction. I think that these two silhouettes are just exquisite. I think that the story and the connection between the horse and the handler is fabulous. I love the flash of red. I get a really strong emotional response to this. It feels very emotive to me. And I think, I mean, there are maybe a couple of technicals that I would have gone probably into gold. I do see some banding in the sky, so I know you guys are probably going to point that out. But I think still overall, this is definitely a great piece of storytelling and a silver with distinction.
Christopher, you're sitting at the lowest score there.
The lethal aspects of tripages and all these sort of combination prints is one usually dominates, and the left one is easily better than the right one. The right one's untidy. There is a relationship, it's in very close, it has nothing to do with that red flower.
What was your score?
My score was 75.
Thank you. Can I hear from someone around that initial average? Could be any of you down the end there, really. Who's itching to talk? Michelle's at her mic already. Go for it.
I scored this in 84. I really, really liked it. The only reason it stopped me going up more was the banding in it. And you just think with the red, is that a poppy, maybe? And puts a whole other dynamic on it. I really do like this image, and I will come up a little bit with you. It's just that banding is holding it back, because just the technical to take it up to excellence is just not quite there. But I really like the image.
Cool. Sounds like it's back to you, Craig.
Okay, so yeah, I don't disagree about the banding. For me, this would be a gold if it wasn't for that. That is a poppy. That does add a whole new dynamic to the image and to the story. And yeah, I think silver with distinction. Give us a few more points.
Cool. All right, let's... oh, sorry. We'll click one more button, and then we will score this photograph again. Starting on 82. And we have 85. That is a silver with distinction. Thank you, judges. Can we have the next photograph, please? Christopher, you can jump off. Richard, you can jump back in. It's just a oneer. Traffic incident at the judging panel. Okay, we have a 70, which is a high professional standard. Can we have some constructive feedback for the photographer, please, Richard?
Yeah, nice commercial viable shot, headshot. I'm finding that front sleeve is a little bit bright. And just be careful with body language like that. I mean, touching an erogenous zone like that, if the head is slightly turned, is fine, but straight ahead, that can also mean self-soothing as though she's uncomfortable.
Okay. Next photograph, please. Thank you, judges. Print initial average is 78. There are a couple of people in the next scoring range. And happy with it staying at a bronze though. There's not a wide range of scores, so that's cool. That's a bronze award. Can we have a comment for the photographer's benefit, however? Yeah, Richard, again, if you can.
I'm really intrigued at how this is done. So well done for being innovative. Just one thing that's letting it down is that light cast on the face is really hard compared to everything else. It's a little bit direct feeling, but a very interesting image.
Thanks very much. Can we have the next photo, please? Thank you, judges. We have a 77 bronze award. Pretty even there across the board. I'd love some feedback. Craig, you're looking at me.
No, I've got to do the dog work. I love the expression. I think it's great use of negative space. Colour palette's really lovely as well. Just a couple of technicals. Maybe the colour balance is a little bit on the green side on the dog, and there's a couple of little clone marks in the water on the right-hand side of the frame.
Thank you. Can we have the next photograph, please? It's pretty consistent scoring there for a 74, high professional standard. I would like to see, have a comment from down the other end of the panel, if I can. Someone? Joe, looking at me?
Sure. I scored this a 74. When you get close, the body language is just, it's a bit tense. It doesn't look like they're truly relaxing into each other up close. It feels like they're both sort of holding their breath. So it doesn't quite have the gentleness that I would have liked to have seen.
Thanks very much. Let's have the next print, please. Thank you, judges. Very consistent. It's a 73, high professional standard. Emma, can we have some feedback for the photographer?
Sure. I was just put off by the bottom two images. The gentleman is out of focus, so it seems to be more perhaps about the equipment he's using rather than him. The top image is a nice connection with the camera. Perhaps just look at adding a bit more to it, or well done.
Thanks, Emma. Can we please have the next image? Sorry. Thank you, judges. A bit of a spread. We're on 79 to begin. Craig's going to challenge that.
I gave this an 86, silver with distinction. I think that the photographer is very brave entering the portrait category without any people in the image, but this tells the story of loss and loneliness and grief in a really graphic way, and I think that the photographer deserves to be rewarded for that.
So Joe's sitting in the low 70s.
Yeah, I guess I just don't know how to award a portrait that doesn't have a portrait in it. I get the story, and if there'd just been a smidgen of a person, I would have totally gone there because it's quite moving. Individually, I just love all the images. If it was in a different category, maybe, I know we're not supposed to say that, but I just feel like it needs to have, I mean, is it a portrait of a toothbrush? You know, I feel like it needs to have a person or an animal or something that makes it a portrait.
Richard, where did you fall on this?
I gave this a bronze at 75, but I will stick up for it somewhat and probably talk to it at both ends of the scale. Look, I see it as a portrait. It's communicating about somebody. I don't necessarily see grief in there or loss. I mean, this person might just choose to live by themselves. There's nothing that's indicating sadness to me. But for me, it was almost a little bit too constructed and contrived. Like, it's pointing out the obvious, you know, the table for one toothbrush, one side of the bed unmade. For me, it was a little bit obvious to go higher than I did. Yeah. But I do see it as a tale of somebody. So.
Thanks, Richard. You weren't alone in the silver range, so quick word from Michelle as well.
I thought they were quite brave because I was like, but there's no portrait. But it's like they're still telling me a story that maybe they were a family and now they're not, and they're all by themselves. And obviously that's pretty easily told. And you kind of wonder whether it's a female by themselves because it's on the bedding, it's like floral pillowcases and stuff. So was it a family that was together that's not together, or there's so many different stories you could weave and let your imagination just run away. The more you look at it, the more it could tell. So it's really up to your imagination, but I do quite like it, and I scored at 83.
Thank you, Michelle. Back to Craig.
Yeah, I think, Michelle, I think you've summed that up really nicely. It is, you know, a person living on their own. I think the images do have personality and do give you an indication of what this person is like, so I don't mind the absence of the people. Yeah, so let's rescore and see if we can give it a few more points.
Okay, thank you. Can we please rescore this after that chat? We have an 81, that is a silver. All right, I think we're going to swap some judges, are we? Why not? Michelle, thank you very much. Wonderful, love your work. Can we have Catherine Williams, K-Dub? And thank you, Richard. Excellent judging. Can we have Sarah Lee back in the panel? Welcome back, guys. Everyone ready? Everyone happy? Next photograph, please. Good even judging in the bronze range. We have 75 bronze. I would love some feedback. Yeah, Joe, go on.
This is a really interesting narrative. If you've ever worked with little children, you know you can't really make them fake being asleep, so I kind of genuinely believe this little guy's just crashed out. What's holding it back, though, is the technicals. The face itself isn't very sharp, and the hair is just sort of bleeding into the grass. So, yeah, if you can just watch those sort of technical details, I think this would have come higher.
Thank you. Can we have the next photo, please? Why, thank you. Thanks, team. We have a 72, a professional standard. I would appreciate some feedback. Maybe Catherine.
Yeah, interesting character. Just in terms that the light's quite hard on his face. We've got that nice low light, which potentially the man could be looking towards to light his face and exposed for that. Just quite blocky through the centre of it, and potentially the horizon just aligning with the top of his quad bike is not adding any sort of dynamic to it.
Thanks very much. Can we have the next photo, please? We have an average of 75. Good, consistent judging. That's a bronze award. Sarah Lee, do you have a comment for the photographer? No?
Probably no.
Someone else? Craig?
No, yeah, sure. I like the storytelling in this kind of war reenactment. There's a couple of characters that are not in costume that just pull me out of the story a little bit. So a different crop might work better to eliminate those people.
Should have gone to you straight away. There's a dog in it. Thank you. Can we have the next photo, please? Okay, we have a 72, high professional standard, and it'd be great to have...
Me again,
Go on.
I think this is a really nice portrait with some great character in it. A couple of technicals just let it down a little bit. There's a little bit of blur in the eyes, and the dirt and debris in the eye boogers haven't been cleaned up.
Thank you. And next photo, please. We have an average of 74. It's professional standard. Catherine has some feedback.
Yeah, there's a tenderness in where their heads meet, but we've had some things that are sort of fighting and distracting us away from the tenderness. The hair over his face, the sort of the blockiness of his hand, which fights the tender feeling of their heads together, and then the fabric around them just coming down, and the top is really fighting and pulling us away.
Thank you. Next photograph, please. And we have a 75 bronze. Sarah Lee, can I come to you this time?
Yeah, sorry. I love the colour palette of this image. I think the vintage swimsuit, the vintage table, sorry, not table, it's a chair, contrasts a little bit with the modern backdrop, and her expression, unfortunately, is not believable. Had there been more of a grin or more emotion from her, I think it would have added to the story of the image.
Thanks very much. Let us have the next photograph, please. And we have a 77. That's a bronze award. And can I have a comment, John?
Gorgeous expression, and I can see that the photographer has really engaged the subject with this picture. There's just a few things that are letting it down. One is that she or he, I'm not sure, is not quite sharp in the face, particularly in the eyes. The highlights are a bit bright, and the horizontal line going through the middle is just a little bit on a tilt. I think if those things had been perfected, this would have done much better.
Awesome. Next image, please. Thank you, judges. We have a 75, and that's a bronze award. Emma, have you got a bit of feedback for the photographer?
Yeah, I enjoyed this image. I almost want to see a bit more of his story. So whether, you know, we could see more of the room and perhaps get a bit more about him. And otherwise, it's a lovely image. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have the next photo, please? Thank you, judges. Okay, we have an average of 80. That is a silver award. Pretty consistent there. I would like someone to have a comment, please. Yeah, Sarah Lee.
Yeah, this is a really interesting image. The choice of the deep teal, the red, the overlay, the pose and the expression. Unfortunately, they don't all seamlessly go together for the same mood, the same story for the lady, and then that a little bit of a double exposure styled face to the side is a wee bit distracting. But if all those elements perhaps had been worked on, a different colour combination perhaps would be chosen, a different dynamic pose that wasn't so quiet. And then for me, when I see two faces, I see two different sides to the same personality, so perhaps exploring those elements and continuing with this idea would be a good idea.
Thanks very much. Can we have the next photo, please? And we have a 73 as a high professional standard. Everyone looks happy with that. Can I have something for the author to reflect upon?
Yeah, there's some lovely aspects in the hands, the feet, and the idea of the breastfeeding and nature. The connection between mother and child is feels like it's missing here, and the mother is elsewhere, and that's where it's pulling me back. The background also through the horizon is quite distracting.
Thank you. Can we have the next photograph, please? Print scores 66. I'd love to get some constructive and helpful feedback for this photographer. Sarah Lee, yeah?
Sure.
You got something?
I love the staging of this particular image, the different textures, the location, and the beautiful bond between mother and child. It's been desaturated or devibranced too much. The skin tones are completely faded, which removes that warmth that would be there with that mood, the mother and child element as well. And then the dappled light on the background is just competing in terms of being as bright as the subject, and the subject itself is overlit, so slightly dark in that exposure as well.
Great feedback. Thanks, Sarah Lee. That is our final entry. You can nudge us forward to the title slide. A huge round of applause for all of our entrants. Huge thank you to our wonderful judges. You did a superb job. I just want to point out that over 169 entries, we just finished on the dot of exactly the time that we planned to. Pretty much. It's 4:58 and we plan to finish at 5. So great work, good consistent judging. Thank you, Ilford, for sponsoring Portrait and Camera. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in to the live stream. And judges, don't disappear. We need to gather a little panel of you. Craig's going to say something.
Yeah, I am. I'm just going to say thank you to you two as well, because you've been here all the day and working non-stop.
It was pretty tough there for a little while, not going to lie. But it's all worth it for you guys. Yeah, everyone who is not judging, please remain quiet because there's still judging going on, and go and celebrate at the bar in the foyer if you like. Give me my thing. We'll mute this before I say something.